We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the close of the opposers. Know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. Showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard, we coming fast. Get out the way or get caught up in the blast. We coming hard into battle, thought they were strong, but they rattled like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. Strong, but they rattle like an avalanche. We advance, lights go out like a shadow. Soon as it starts, then it's over. Round of applause for the closing. The opposers know exactly who we are. We coming hard. We coming hard. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime, it's your time. It's game time, it's go time. You got one shot at a gold mine. It's showtime. greatness, writing history. Are you ready for this? Are you ready for this? Born to be a champion, never to change the system. He's born a revolution. Are you ready to fight? To rebuild this?
Hello and welcome to the third day of PMPL EU Phase 2. I'm Jeannie, your host, and I'm joined by Kalaris. We're doing like the black and white contrast today.
I am Stormtrooper Kalaris today. I'm excited to miss every single one of my shots and maybe even the predictions as well, Gennaro.
You can't be doing worse than John.
True. It is difficult to do worse than John. You're right. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the socials as well. Make sure to give us a follow so you can stay up to date with all the action that is taking place. We have Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Twitch, and there's so many different ones. So make sure to drop there to follow. But also, because of the socials, there is something very interesting happening there, Kalar. Something I heard Max is doing.
Yes, giving away some skins. So go on over to @Esports PUBGM EU and maybe, you know, get into Max's DMs a little bit and check him out. He's not with us actually at the moment today.
Aww,
so
let's bully him.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity for me to say, oh, he's quite a handsome lad, but let's not tell him properly, you know?
Yeah, we should not. We would never say that to his face. Absolutely not. But the survey, however, please do make sure that you fill that out. We really like to take your thoughts and opinions into consideration, and it helps us improve going forward. So we appreciate that. And if you want to, you know, let us know that you also think Max is handsome, that's fine too, you know? That's all good with us. Let's have a look at the schedule for today as well, because once again, we have 5 maps coming your way. We're going to be starting off on Miramar, got Sanhok, we got Erangel, and then another rotation of Miramar and Sanhok. Claris, are you excited for today's schedule?
I think it's one of the more volatile days that you get in these 3-day series overall, because Miramar and Sanhok, I feel like out of the 3 battlegrounds that we play, are the ones that play most differently to one another. Sanhok is very much so close quarters combat, whereas Miramar, you can really flex out those mid to long range fights. I mean, yes, you can get away with that in some situations in Sanhok, but the jungle is more condensed. So this is one of the days that usually tests the teams a lot more on their versatility, let's say.
Oh, well, looking forward to see which teams are standing up to the battle. But one of the teams yesterday that was really standing up towards the end of things was the MUERTE specifically. I mean, we were kind of a little, well, I was a little worried. You were a believer, Kalaris.
Yes, I was, considering the last circle that they had to work with, which we'll break down in just a little bit's time. But that might end up being the spark that they required, Gennaro, here to be able to push them into this phase.
I was told that you're going to do very smart analyst things.
Well, we'll see if they're smart or not, so let's talk about this. Okay, so this is the final moments from yesterday's game, and I think something that was really cool is talking about some of the happenings that actually went down here. So I'll try and not be too long-winded, Gennaro. I'll try and make this as concise as I possibly can. So let's take a look at MUERTE's position. They're here on this east side, okay? And looking at how circles shift and stuff like that, they've probably, let's pick an arbitrary number, they've probably got like a 1 in 20's chance of being able to get the optimal circle for them. That's not it. Let me actually drag the circle and make it a proper size. Let's say there is the optimal circle for them in terms of what could occur from here. Now, it's not a very high likelihood you're going to get a circle like this. Also, what's happening here is any other circle would be relatively unplayable for them. Not that one. I'm really bad with this circle tool because you have to drag from the middle. There we go. So let's say you get a circle like this, right? Everything on the low ground is very unplayable. So MUERTE coming off of that compound would be very, very difficult for them to play anything. So they do something very smart. All the teams on this high ground that you can see on this western side here are basically dealing with one another first. They have a desire to deal with each other to get control of the prime spot that's up on the high ground here to this west side. And as that continues on, MUERTE uses all of these things to subvert the expectations of the lobby. So whilst they hear that everything is going on this high ground, they use this opportunity to move on around here where technically Gladiators could have kind of had a little bit of a barrier position here, but MUERTE hears all this fighting up on the high ground, right? Seizing this high ground and making sure that you're not caught in a circle that would be very suboptimal for you, means that they eventually will be able to kind of weed out this high ground position, avoid fighting in these fields, and be able to roll on to win the game. And I think watching that as we speed things up a little bit, that's actually going backwards. Let's go forwards. I think that MUERTE was very smart about this, and as I say, this could quite easily be the spark that leads them to be doing better in Phase 2, akin to what we saw in Phase 1. Ta-da!
Okay. I hope you guys took notes, because that's going to be on the exam.
Yeah.
In case you guys didn't pay attention, I'm really sorry to hear that. You might fail the exam at that point. But thank you for illustrating and analyzing the MUERTE's play, especially with those circles closing, because yesterday specifically, I felt like getting those optimal positions within, you know, the circles were very, very crucial to some of these teams closing it out. Sometimes, you know, fumbled the bag, but that's okay. Gladiators, actually, Kalara's another team that did really well yesterday. Another team that John was just like predicting game after game after game.
Yes, he was, and not too successfully. Let's, you know. But I think that ultimately, I think, to stop trolling for a moment, I think his head is in the right place. When you look at Gladiators and how they're able to perform, usually they're a slow starting team to a lobby like this. However, I do feel like throughout the Phase 1, now moving into Phase 2, they picked up pace in terms of how they're usually able to assimilate information on the lobby. And that spells doom, honestly, for a lot of these teams, because once a team like this is able to get rolling the way that they do, constantly getting into those top 5 scenarios, constantly being able to, even as 3-man, exert pressure onto the rest of the lobby, they're a force to be reckoned with. And you see it in every single one of them. They're excellent in execution, every single one of them solo. Even Kitsune, the guy who is technically IGLing them from the front lines, is able to put out a lot of damage, and it's rare, Janiro, you see an in-game leader also being able to play the game at an extremely high level whilst IGLing. So yeah, very, very impressive stuff by Gladiators so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a question of will they be able to translate that into today, but the fact that we've seen them build this up slowly over time, and the last couple of days for them has just been, you know, stepping stone after stepping stone, baby steps in towards that improvement. I'm very confident that we're going to see quite a good performance from them today. And I mean, when you're talking about Kitsune, yes, he might be an IGL, but he's just as deadly as every single one of the players on the rosters. Another roster, however, that we also kind of really touched upon yesterday was Sly, and that's because they ended up doing quite well for themselves. I know Blank is also a fan of Sly, and just looking at the improvements, I mean, it felt like they've just doubled whatever they were able to do in last stage over the course of a couple days here.
You're right. Blank loves them. He is talking about them day and night. He's raving about Sly. You know, we got off the broadcast last night. He kept DMing me for some reason, just being like, hey, mate, have you seen Sly Europe? Have you seen what they're doing? It was wild. He was going on for about half an hour. But I think what's important to note here is from Phase 1 to Phase 2, they have come alive a little bit. I think that Phase 1, they were a little bit bottled up in some of the scenarios. They weren't really looking for those off angles, but Phase 2 is polar opposite of that. We're seeing them in those later stages, in those later phases of the game, looking for even 1-1-1 splits if there are only 3 alive at those points, really looking to try and corral their opponents into bad situations. So I hope this continues for Sly. I do. I don't know whether it will or not, considering that we've got teams that are so proven from past seasons here, Janiro. So we'll see. We'll see.
Well, we'll see. We're going to have to wait and see. But from the highlights and what they've shown us yesterday, Sly is definitely a force to be reckoned with. And now, if you remember correctly, and if you were actually paying attention, I know this is not going to be on the exam, but, you know, the first map that we're going to be looking at today is going to be Miramar. So having a look at the teams who have performed the best on that map specifically will kind of give us maybe a little bit more of an understanding, Kalars, in terms of what we can be expecting today.
You're giving me panic attacks. It's been so long since I was in the educational system, and now all of a sudden I've got to take all these exams and tests.
Teacher Kalaris!
I was grading all these viewers of like, no, stop sending me these questions, stop sending me these answers. But yes, looking at Miramar, how things stand, MUERTE really started the ball rolling very nicely with day 1 of Phase 1, and they really didn't let up on the pedal in regards to that. Likewise, you look at Gladiators, I think their understanding of the topography and terrain and how to traverse it through some of these foothills of Miramar is unparalleled by a lot of the teams that we're seeing in the lobby at the moment. So I'm hoping to see more of that, but I would like to see the spark from MUERTE once again be lit by the fact that they got the previous win in the phase.
Well, we still have a little bit of a nostalgic feeling from last week, especially when it comes to the MUERTE and how they have been performing. So let's have a look at the best highlights from last week.
Here for Unicorns of Love, 3 knocks now, and only Palucci found, but there's a 1 versus 1, and Matic's rolling into the fight from Gladiators.
Not super proactive, now they have to get this chicken dinner to make this game worth it for themselves.
Rolling straight on up. Gladiators' position is known to both of these teams, and it will be something that they'll challenge out, but can the forces diminish themselves? Fash around the side gets 1 and 2. Excellent coordination, and it looks like Shifu has no idea where it's coming from. Finally, and Fash sprays all of them down. KONINA power.
Onium downstairs.
They finally mount up their push, shut the door instead, and he falls back, tries to commit to this first aid, does manage to get it off, gets 1 with the DBS, 2 with the DBS, looks for more as well now as there's just 1 player left standing, and it's all topsy-turvy. Nade in hand, Ropes might catch him unawares, Ropes 1v3! That is the fangs that... this place. They can leave Picardo earlier than they would have been able to otherwise. A lot of damage sent over towards Havlik over the top.
As far as they would like, as soon as that door gets closed, he moves out, puts the pressure on. Nade goes in and
falls back and looks for vengeance. Drops down and into the open back. This is a ball challenge. It's just not going to work. English 1v3 in Picardo. 1 step away from taking this home. A northward sweep on the western coast. And the last player standing in their way is not going to go down without a fight and do a lot of damage. Hang on a minute. What's going on? MADBULLS? They've just lost 2 of their players, 3 of them, because they are standing tall, and they're Reservoir here. Like runs straight on in, but taking so much damage. Where did that come from? What a stand-up coming through from ARR!
I love how you're in absolute disbelief at the moment.
No way that made #1.
Surprise!
Because MADBULLS was hard trolling. They were hard trolling. Everybody pulls pans out. I mean, yeah, Tapo played it well, but
it was funny.
It was a great moment. I can't deny that. It was a great moment.
Absolutely. That is definitely one for the history books or the highlight reels, as we've just seen. But also with that, overall standings are again a little different. I mean, we've seen them last night, but just to refresh your memory, because I know some of you, gotta have that refresh. I mean, I have a memory of a goldfish, and I forgot that Sly had 79 points.
Yeah, they're doing very, very well for themselves here. And again, it does come off the back of what Blank has been saying, what now I am also parroting, to be perfectly honest. The fact that they're just looking like a bit more of a formidable machine in those final moments, like really flexing out and putting pressure on teams around them, compared to just what we saw in phase 1, where it was like, okay, we found a compound, we're 2 alive, we're going to make a quite meek rotation and hope for the best. But no, they're not very meek here in phase 2, anything but.
Anything but also the MUERTE, I mean, it feels so odd seeing them on that 10th place at the moment, but they're making headway. They have that 1 chicken dinner on lock already. They already have a couple of Olymp points, but towards the bottom of the table, that's where it's getting a little sad when we're looking at the Unicorns of Love, KONINA Power, and Cave specifically. These 3 teams, I think there were some expectations of them coming into the 2nd stage of PMPL EU, but unfortunately, they're slowly climbing up the ladder, especially Unicorns of Love. They have definitely made a bit more of an improvement in terms of getting the points with the Olymps, but it still feels like, unfortunately, it is not enough.
Janiro, ask me, are MUERTE a 10th place team? Ask me it right now.
Okay, Claris, I had this really unique, original question that I would love to ask you, okay? I know it's just got to be thrown at you, but like, is MUERTE a 10th place team right now?
No, they're not. They are going to bump up here throughout the day. Absolutely. I think that looking at how they can team fight and kind of their understanding of what they should be doing at times, from what we saw in phase 1, I think they're going to be able to move on up. I think probably at least top 5 by the end of the day. That's my prediction.
Okay, That's his prediction. Someone clip it, ship it, save it, because if I love the confidence when it comes to the MUERTE finishing on top 5, but I also kind of want to touch upon MADBULLS specifically. We've seen a little bit more from them yesterday, but that fiery start to a lot of their games that we've seen in stage 1, it feels like it's a little lackluster this time around.
Yes, I do think that's a little bit of a leveling up of the lobby as a whole, right? When you see some of these names that were contending for day number 1 of Phase 2, they were not exactly your usual suspects from Phase 1 as a whole. So, and I think MADBULLS, to a degree, fell to that a little bit. And also, I was saying in day 1 that a lot of teams that are the very top level, they like to take traditional rotation paths that are traditionally the best ones. Miramar is a great example of this, so maybe we'll see that today. Yeah. And because the best teams all use these rotational paths, they bump into one another early on in games, being then taken out early by some of the best teams. So maybe if you can kind of like mitigate some of that, maybe take a little bit slight more of a wider angle on a rotate or something like that to mitigate some of that, that could be the play.
See, Professor Kralaris with the strats coming out. You know, at this point, you should also get paid for coming up with strategies and being an educational pillar in the PUBG mobile community.
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate it. I've watched this game a long time. I've watched this game a long time.
We're going to need some Monster as well, because today is going to be a long one again, and we absolutely love it because we have 5 maps in total, and the energy. Unleash the beast. I love that slogan, okay? I don't know why I just noticed it, but make sure to check out monsterenergy.com/gaming. We're going to be checking out our casters. #1 fanboys for Sly and Gladiators, John and Blank.
What can I say? I'm a fan of the fairy tale redemption arc coming through from the Gladiators. You know, they had so much in that last season and they just fell short right at the end. I've got a soft spot for them. What can I say?
I mean, honestly, obviously you do have a little bit of a soft spot for them, John, and it's fine. That's fine. It's okay. I know you love this team. Apparently, I love Sly. I love Sly more than anything in the
predicted them twice.
World. I predicted them twice. I think once in Phase 1, 2. And even then, you know, I love them so much. They're so good. Honestly, yesterday, though, they did perform some really cool stuff. And on a real note, they do look like a very well-oiled machine so far. And I think there's been some really interesting plays been pulling out. I don't think that they have, like, that star power that some of these other teams are currently boasting. But what I do think they have right now is some great teamwork. And great teamwork can take you further than anything else in this game.
That's what we're going to be looking for, making sure that you can stick together even through slightly more trying times. Hopefully Miramar not going to be so trying for them. This game, we've got Shockwave, Major Pride, VIRTUS.PRO and KONINA Power all sitting out blank. That is the first group to be taking the knee. The other 15, of course, will be in the running on the desert.
Obviously, taking a little bit of a knee here, John, but only for a short while, right? They're not going to be there for too long. Sly Europe currently playing in this game, Shockwave, Major Pride, as you say, VIRTUS.PRO, as well as KONINA Power. KONINA Power really having quite the rough time at the moment, John. Yesterday should have been a free win there on Erangel when they held both Castle as well as Church over Ruins. Didn't come to pass. I think a lot of that was based off the back of them really being a little bit afraid. And it's something that we're getting quite often now at this point in time, John, where we are seeing these teams. There are some that head very central very early and then don't do much with that position, right? They will just sit there till the end of time. And there's 2 teams that are particularly well, good and bad examples of this, which is VIRTUS.PRO as well as KONINA Power. Both these teams need to prioritize a central spot, but there are other teams who can leverage their positions to pull off that central spot later in the game where it's more advantageous to them. And I think the VIRTUS.PRO as well as KONINA Power need to figure out how they're going to change their mentality to be a little bit more aggressive, especially in that end game. We saw yesterday VIRTUS.PRO get completely locked up by MADBULLS when they had the worst side of the compound than them over in Sanhok, just because MADBULLS were willing to take a risk and move out early. And sometimes that's what this game is all about. It's taking risks.
Absolutely. Neither VIRTUS.PRO nor KONINA Power will have that chance in this game to rectify those mistakes, but for the rest of the day, they will have those opportunities flung their way. Look at that shift southeast hard towards the hills southeast of Los Leones. Puerto Paraiso also still in this zone.
Paraiso all the way down on that southeast side. Impala, Nexus kicking themselves a little bit for not dropping down here early on, instead of towards El Azahar, but they have picked up vehicles. Will be zooming down that way as soon as possible. MUERTE having a bit of a resurgence yesterday over on that final Erangel. Looking a lot more composed, I'd say. They do have this interesting playstyle of having a lot of their members of the team really take quite a split approach to their in-games, trying to control as much area as possible, which I really do like. It has backfired a little bit recently, and I purely think that's just off the back of them trying to do too much too early in the game. They need to keep it calm, collected. When they're in that position towards the end game where they're able to control a lot of space with the skill on their side, they tend to do very well. And I think it's less of a case that they're not a good team, but more of a case of they're just taking far too many fights in the early game and trying to get far too much done, like cutting off Nexus's rotation path over on Erangel. It's not necessary, it's not something they have to do. They could prioritize heading towards the center earlier on, and also trying to really shore up some of these rotations from teams in their area. This time around though on Miramar, I'd like to see them make a clean rotate through Los Leones to one of the key positions on the map, and do it pretty swift after they do loot up.
Blank, what I'm seeing here is the second time we've seen it, I think. KASIK team are in Picado. Do you know who isn't in Picado? Excuse me. They are down in Valle de Mar, which was a position that was held by GOAT team before they were disqualified. So they have taken the opportunity and moved that drop spot.
Yeah, MADBULLS also pick up that position quite a bit. So I think they were going to head down here, and they're still on their way down as well. So I think the Excuse Me might come into a nasty surprise when MADBULLS come a knocking. But at the moment, they are fairly safe, be able to loot up. But if MADBULLS get here as a man unit, most teams know that Valle de Mar, although it is out of the way, it is a position where a team would generally go for quite the wide split. You have two players holding in the compounds just underneath the mount side, and then you have a player down towards Los Higos, and in this case we've got a player over towards Minas del Valle. So overall, it's going to be an easy team to intercept.
Could potentially be a little bit of a cut across the supply line. About 4 or 5 teams have made their way into the zone so far. The teams in the far north yet to mount up, which, given the plane path, means that they probably should have been some of the first to get on their way. Avalanche just about cruising on in, making it 6 in the circle for the time being, just making their entrance on that western side. Woodson, there's a little bit of a rear guard there. Might be a little bit exposed to cave if you go too far south towards Jumasera, but playing on that east point of it, they should be all right for the time being.
Fairly okay. Sly Europe on the north.
Oh, you love them.
I love them. I love them so much. Looking good on Miramar. Taking as much room as possible. Similar approach there to MUERTE, who was talking about before. Taking up the mantle a little bit. You know, borrowing it whilst MUERTE figure out their own troubles. But they are moving in pretty swiftly.
All right, here's the MADBULLS rotating down past the hills of Jumasera and Valle de Mar, where Excuse Me dropped on out, and Havlik rattles off a volley and Frozen catches them. Unfortunately, just a little bit too hot and melts under the pressure.
MADBULLS have been doing this quite a lot frequently, which is just a case of zapping their way through. Little care to their rotational path. I think for a team that has played this position before, you should know that that is a bit of a death trap. Razzing your way through there. I think they hope to move through fairly unimpeded. You're basically banking on the fact that they're not going to hit the shots. That is a lovely looking bike.
Perhaps they didn't expect anyone to be down there. I mean, Excuse Me, obviously notorious for hot dropping in Picado. They didn't see anyone who was going to drop there, but that adjustment that's come through, maybe they read too much or they banked too much on there being no one there.
Yeah, so I think that you get that plane path as well, which heads directly down there. I mean, you should be assuming there's going to be a team down there that's going to take the alternate drop spot. I think there's no world in PUBG Mobile where you ever go, oh, this is 100% free, this is 100% clear, I'm just going to drop on it, it's fine. Even when a team is out and a position becomes available, you still have to think of the possibility that you're going to go for a hot drop there. So I don't think there's any world where any of these players should be just assuming. As I think that's just a death sentence. As soon as you start assuming things in PUBG Mobile, it's going to go badly for you. MUERTE, rocking up alongside the guys from Dark Project, are already finding 2 knocks instantaneously.
Very nice stuff. Cleaner than we've seen in a while from MUERTE. That last Erangel still fresh in their minds, it seems, as Latte wants the shots downhill, but is backed off the ridge. 2 players active, continue their siege on the MADBULLS rotation on the south. Latte, nade down the hill. Happy J eats not too much of it, actually. Malloy up with a monster truck. Madness breaks out wide, and you see they want to just get these flushes. Happy J is caught out there by Latte. Not a good start. Malloy running pretty close. Discrim, oh, he's heard the steps and pushes forwards. Is he going to be able to take the knock? Not quite. And now 1 player left standing for Dark Project. The knock did go back through, though, but Madness is the last standing. To MUERTE, they've had 3 knocks here, and it all nearly goes very pear-shaped, but the zone will not take them down. They'll have those bandages. They'll be able to get back up, but that went way too badly for MUERTE to be comfortable.
Yeah, that was uncomfortable. As you say, I don't think they wanted that to go as pear-shaped as it did. You know, you have to put your hands on the handle to open the door in the first place. Avalanche, though, currently going head-to-head with Nexus. This is down towards Puerto Paraíso side. Exo Machina tries to get in there, but there is an off angle in the form of Tatati up top.
Tati's there, ever watchful, ever waiting. Knows that Keme's on the breakout wide. 1 player down to be rezzed here. It's Ex Machina, who seems to have that cover to not go down immediately to Tati. Alicio flanks out wide, tries to get the drop on Octavian, and it works out for 1, but it's not good for Keme. Now it is Tati who's moved into the fray. Close range. They know where each other are now. Playing behind the boxes. Keme wants to dip around them. No angle onto the remaining Avalanche knocked players. Tati breaks left, gets to the cover across, and will play on the building. Out through the door, a full wrap around, and now it's vice versa. Loses a teammate for it, and maybe shouldn't have given up that inside position. Keme is just giving him the run. What is going on?
Is this Ring Around the Roses we're playing? What is going on here?
Woodson's baited him out. Yeah, there we go. Keme has absolutely spun him for 6 there. That was many mixed metaphors, but honestly, I don't even think Avalanche know what's going on with that.
Yeah, that was kind of like, you know, when you chase your little brother around the kitchen island and then he does a quick 180 and dips underneath your legs. So very, very well done to Keme there. It seems he's played that game a few too many times and catches him off guard badly, and Tati will fall because of it. I think Nexus fairly safe though down towards the southeast side. Not many teams actually heading their way over the MADBULLS, but the MADBULLS significantly weakened. When I say MADBULL, I really mean MADBULL. It's only Chulika left alive, and it looks like Nexus will be able to get themselves back up to 3. Kapahala being the only player to be fully flushed out there. Quite an influential player on the team, so it's a bit unfortunate they do lose him at this point in time, John, and we're heading down towards the south.
KASIK team on the northeast side. Never underestimate a lone bull though, Blank. I mean, we saw what I think was it Flique was able to do on the Sanhok when they'd only come into contact with 1 team, and that team this time has excused me. So maybe you can pretend to be a little bit bigger than you are.
Absolutely. I mean, KASIK team fell at the feet of the guys from MADBULLS, and then Flique was just able to sit inside the building. Everyone expected him to be a 4-man unit, which he effectively was playing like. This is a really interesting fight. I think Latte took real advantage of this little dip, and then Molay has to move in. It looked a lot worse than it actually was. Milky Way does take a little bit too long to get in towards that position though. AR zooming over the top side, straight in towards KASIK, and Striker's happy to pick up 1 of them.
It's not gone well for this first crash, and the backup is there, but only 2 players forwards for KASIK team. The other 2 a little bit more north, and Game Lord might crash onto that position. So fights on 2 fronts could go poorly. One of them needs to conclude. It looks like they want to push ARR back and regroup up to the north, potentially. Game Lord's position should be scouted out by now with the vehicles at that close range. They should be able to hear that. Dagestan are nearby as well. ARR put a nade back over towards English. That should be a knock flush coming through. Game Lord are rolling up the hill as well, Black.
Game Lord coming down this way, obviously having a much better performance this phase 2. Step things up from phase 1, which was already an improvement what they did last season. And look at them off in the distance. More nades going over the top at the moment, John.
Unicorn and Striker trying to 1-2 onto Tapbox position, but he won't go down without a fight. The DBS is going to bark across these hills. And there's a bite back coming through, and Game Lord just play third party. This was such an unfortunate position for KASIK team. It looked like they were holding well, but when two teams crash on you at the same time and you're on that 2-2 split, it's just so hard to pull it back together.
Yeah, it's probably one of the most difficult places to play as well from this position when you're assuming you get third party, because most teams are making their way down on that Impala route. A lot of teams haven't put a lot of emphasis over towards Los Leones because you don't want to head in towards a heavy urban area too early, because coming out from there is going to be really difficult. So most teams are on the east. The only two teams that are really big contenders are on that western side with MUERTE and Gladiators. Cave are there as well, but yeah, that's one of the three teams that control on that western edge. Now, Gladiators and MUERTE most likely will clash here to see who can control over on that western side, because it will give them a lot of comfort towards the end game, but they have to conclude this first.
This is really quite tense here. Yeah, Matic goes down. You did expect them, as soon as you saw those mauve? I don't know, some sort of pink dots go up. You think there's a crossfire, but Happy J isn't going to be smiling at that one. Goes down and immediately flushed. The knock onto Matic is a little bit protected here, and you can see Kitsune starting to break out wide. The flush, they want it. This scrim moving into position to maybe spot the player, but he's back behind cover. He's a wily one, is our Matic. Trying to get a little bit more to cover. Kitsune has that off angle, can suppress, but Tixi and Meku across the way, not really going to be able to respond. Happy J going down early. Discrim's on the chase for Kitsune, but Matic will bleed out here. I don't think you have the time to go for this res. Malloy close up to the wall as Milky Way still on the back.
Yeah, he's at least caused enough chaos in the midst, right? Kitsune sending all the way down towards that south side. Discrim forced to follow. Does leave it into a 2v2 here, but now it looks like the rest of the is looking to put all their attention down towards Kitsune. He's playing more of this distraction play. I like this move coming through from MUERTE, trying to isolate the singular player coming through from Gladiators, now playing as this lone unit. It's Metal Gear Solid all over again.
Kitsune, that was kind of wild. He really drew them off there. And they have absolutely jumped at that chance. Meku and Tixi, they're going to go up towards Los Leones and try and progress a little bit more urban. Game Lord taking shots. They've controlled this northeast side and shift down to the east as well on this. They've got a good high ground here on the eastern side as ARR are taken care of. That third party really working out well for them. Dagestan want shots out their way, but you've got to imagine there's no flushes really to send out towards Game Lord. Unfortunate that they've lost a player already and playing as three on that eastern side, but well executed.
Yeah, I think they've done so good so far. I mean, it was, again, that awkward rotation. We center up now. Chulika still towards the middle. We said how difficult it can be when you do have that one player of MADBULLS still going strong for them. Gladiators move towards that northern side after Kitsune is able to, as you say, draw off the rest of MUERTE. I think they realized they needed a bit more time here, John, to get in. And obviously that delay from MUERTE has caused some significant problems. Now, for MUERTE, this is where things all go wrong, is that they're moving back up towards Gladiators. Yes, they know they're a three-man team, but I don't think this is the move, John. They might be able to third party. But again, I just wish they would have taken a spot towards the center of the circle and tried to control.
Influence can't really step up because of the sightlines on the outside that Gladiators hold. You see, as soon as he steps up, Tixi is ready for it, and that pillar gives him a lot of cover. But Meku has that side swipe. Dimension, a little bit isolated from the rest of the cave, but that off angle could be very, very impactful here. A punch from the north might be able to find what they're looking for. I'll know that there's this vehicle rolling around. MUERTE, Milky Way's on the run right now. A regroup. Kitsune on that wide off angle. Kitsune actually in the next zone as well. So a little bit of a leap point for Gladiators to try and maybe move back in towards. Meku eats a couple of shots that probably not wanting to. MUERTE have moved up as well. Meku into the building.
And knows that he has to get inside soon. Gladiators very split up at the moment. Tixi has to go Super Saiyan at the moment. Takes down one of them, survives for a sliver of HP, looks for a little more. Look at this though, Gladiators taking fights on all fronts.
They're just winning these 1v1s, Blank, at crucial points. If they don't win these 1v1s, it's all over. Kitsune, he was having to face off against two. Tixi as well, and both of them have managed to get value here, but that might just be too much for Kitsune. Moving in, already burning away. Taking himself down, I think that denies the point.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Get it done, I guess.
whatever needs to be done to make sure the Gladiators get as many points as possible. I think this is a team that we talked about being quite efficient in terms of points gain. We saw that on the desk as well. They put up points every single match through eliminations or placements or both. They seem to always get a decent amount of points each game, which keeps them in the running all the time. And all they're looking for right now is one of those big games to push them over the edge, right? Because they're 75 points at the moment behind Sly Europe at 79. There's a real good chance here for them to actually get a big game in the next 4, including this one, to really send themselves over the edge.
A lot of teams are shredded down now on the player numbers. I think we've only got 4 teams remaining with all 4 of their players alive, with 11 teams still in it. That is a lot of dribs and drabs finding their way through the cracks.
So for Dagestan, moving down, have struggled a little bit. I mean, getting into a good position has been difficult for them so far. Team Doom also taking shots down towards the southeast side. A real nasty, rocky terrain around this area with several positions that are sort of unplayable at this point. And we head up towards that northern side. Just look how nasty this looks. Octavian currently does have a good spot for them on Nexus, but he's a solo.
Yeah, solo on that side. Keme, yeah, they regroup. Nexus have looked to regroup, slap bang in the middle with all 3 of their players. Cave under fire from Unicorns on the north side, who are spreading out and exerting a lot of control on the north. Game Lord think they will want to challenge for it. You see Victor and Arvalo moving up on that east. Robs maybe looking to try and slip on in, but the MADBULLS solo player right next to an engagement between Sly Europe and Dagestan. Looks like nobody's really winning that one out for now. A lot of damage done. Sly Europe taking the least amount of punishment here, as they only have taken 1 knock, and Dagestan losing all but Shifu.
Sly Europe have really done a pretty good job there to keep themselves up as 4. I think that, you know, that was a tough fight to go into. They had to push in. They get a little bit of a resupply. Chulika is close by, but I believe he is on top at the moment, so they won't see him anytime soon. Game Lord come up against Unicorns and Love, also at 3 players.
Losing Mihi. I think that was to Game Lord. I have to double check, but Game Lord are now looking to challenge on this northern side. Nexus's central area is really, really strong. They've got so many angles looking up and towards this engagement. On the south side, you said those hills are just so treacherous. It's really difficult to move more central now.
Yeah, I mean, Sly Europe currently in a cave at the moment. Doom have to move some rocky ground. Nexus have sightlines down towards it. Gladiators with Tixie as well as Dimension just holding out. Oh my lord, this is cheeky.
Look at Zulika. Oh, he's got the auto-shotting. Oh, this could be really bad.
He's in the caverns.
He's really
in the
bad.
caves.
Oh, he might come. Are they going to go?
No way. He's got the DBS too. This is cruelty.
He's got the third-party angle. I don't think they've checked this. He sees all their feet. Oh, Mandarin, no. Oh, oh no.
Jump scare. It really is.
Who knew that Miramar was directed by Alfred Hitchcock?
Oh, smart.
Oh, they know.
Very
They
smart.
knew. How do they know?
I think
Oh, they must have seen a vehicle.
Either they saw a vehicle or it's just a typical spot to check, right? They're just covering all bases. Chulika runs out, makes some noise. I don't think they heard it though. So obviously they didn't know 100%, but it's good to send Molotov that way.
I mean, they definitely, yeah, Reflect definitely knows. Chulika is away though. A ghost in the night. Goodness me. Tixie, last standing for Gladiators. Cave have their solo player in Dimension. And look at this. This is mean. No ordnance for Tixie. He knows this is a broadside fight. Just pre-firing. Low ammo though for Tixie on the weapon. Needs to be careful. Needs to conserve that. Breaks out and Dimension gets cut across. Tixie holds the nerve. Gets a resupply on the ammo. Look at that. Armor back.
Oh,
and
yes.
A little bit. Oh, that is a really valuable resupply for Tixie there.
Sly Europe still dealing with a lot of secret agents in here. Reflect finally finds out what he's looking for. I think he pulled the nade just before Shifu.
They will trade them back and forth. Oh, that's a good knock from Shifu. Has got 3 more, a level 3 helmet as well, so can afford to peek out a little bit more. Reflect wants to put a nade in. I don't know if he saw that. That's going to be a little bit more damage, but backed off the corner. Was that a flush over to Sly? No, not quite. Another nade lobbed in by Shifu, but he's just going to get out of there. Only has the 1 remaining.
I love that both their exits have been cut off by 1 player. It's the difficulty with this position. There's only 1 way in and 1 way out. And both Shifu and Tulika are holding it down. Sly can hang around here for a little bit longer, but eventually they will have to start getting a move on. Victor also on the outskirts. But they're an unknown entity to most teams on the high ground right now as Sly. I think they'll assume someone's playing inside the caverns, but they don't know for sure.
It could be anyone. I wonder if Tulika could make it back into that spot. Can you imagine?
Creeping.
Just slowly
Even with
crawling.
Shifu on that side as well, they've got their attention split. So there is a potential. It'd be really cheeky though.
Can you imagine? That would be the boldest and probably
I'm back!
yes to play. I think we went back into the high ground there. Excuse me. Stepping forward. 2 of our 4-player teams now. In fact, the only 2 with... Oh, 2. Wait, hang on a minute. There's 3. Okay, fair enough. But they are getting peppered away, trying to move in from this south side. Team Doom and Excuse Me, very close to one another. Phantom, did he not get that knock? I think he was just looking for a flush there, but players are starting to fall. Doom down to 2. Excuse Me, stay up as 4. As if Nexus want to take shots down this way. Unicorns and Love, I think, have an angle on this as well.
All these fights are so crazy at the moment. This is probably the most hectic out of all of them. Sly Europe's really sweating now. Game Lord on top of them. Not quite in the caverns as of yet, but it's not a bad decision to make to try and come out just underneath Nexus. Zeus goes down though. Beck from Excuse Me, still getting it going strong. 5 eliminations so far and Phantom spotted.
Last player for Team Doom now. They had 4 for so long, but in comes the cavalry. They know he's at the tree and he's preoccupied with the buggy. Nice shots from Beck. Southwest side cleared out by Excuse Me.
Yeah, this is weird, man. This is a weird game. So MUERTE were able to hold off. I'm proud of them. They decided not to go for that third party. They waited to see what would happen on that northwest edge. They slowly eked their way in. I think they could have had a slightly more central position if they'd just given up the ghost on that Gladiators fight earlier. But again, hindsight is 2020. It's nice to see them in an end game. They can start to try and control from this northwest side. Okay.
Right on top of Nexus. That's going to push Sly out of their cave, into the daylight. I don't think that's going to go well for them, Blank.
I mean, Shifu's fairly safe. So if they go out on that side, happy days. MADBULLS finally go down. Game Lord, they're sending the cavalry in now.
Okay. They're looking to cut off this exit, right? That's what they're looking. That's what they want. They know there's a team in here. They will have heard steps or something coming through. And they know this is going to be really the early exit. Shifu being on the other side is actually really important, Blank.
I mean, sending just the 2 down here, though, does leave me with some questions. You are 2 versus 4. Again, I guess you don't expect a 4-man team to commit to the cave.
Maybe not. It is unlikely. But they definitely...
Just finally regroups. Okay.
Okay. He was scouting forwards. The vehicle they're moving, absolutely they know there's players in there. There's multiple vehicles now rolling up. Sly are gearing up to leave here. They want to make their move now. And out they roll. Past Shifu. Well, not quite.
Oh, he's in a cheeky spot.
Oh, a nade.
I love that.
An underhand nade will be all it takes. But if Game Lord crest that ridge, they should see him. Robs, though, more preoccupied with the volley of fire sent out by Sly Europe. As both teams are looking to make their way forwards, Shifu cowers behind the rocks.
He's got 2 nades left. I'm pretty sure he has 2 nades left.
I think he had 1. 1 or 2. It could be big. It could be big. He's going to wait for these knocks to start to come through, though. There's no way you don't. A wide swing from Victor to try and get the backup, and Robs goes down. Absolutely out in the open, broadside.
There's no way. There's no way they don't spot it. Oh, he's been smoked off. That is cruelty.
Did he smoke himself?
I think he may have smoked himself, yeah. Somehow, he has an angle. I think this is a one-way.
Is it? It might be. No, they definitely know he's there now. Have the nade. Oh, go on. He's pulled the pin.
It is a one-way.
This is his chance. It might just be the one-way there for Shifu with a big nade. From the top, Mandarin is there as well and has to tuck back in. The player out wide has no cover. Is he going to be able to re-smoke, though? And you just can't hit it when you can't see it. In the meantime, Game Lord have sent up towards Nexus, who are trying to hold off Excuse Me across the road. But Shifu finally expires the smoke and takes a whole load of damage. That res came through as well. It is only going to be a matter of time before he goes down. Nexus suffering, actually, to MUERTE on the push. Keme holds the corridor well. And 2 players for Nexus will demolish MUERTE.
Victor takes down Zashipa behind there. Shifu has caused such major problems that entire time. This rotate coming out from Sly Europe hugely slowed down because of this. They have to get up towards higher ground, and with Victor and Narvalo still being up, Victor is this solo, and he has to cause problems for them now. With Zashipa down, it does limit their chances. Penchik drops out, but he's so accurate with it so far, and the rest of the team is just not with them.
I mean, what could you do here? Victor just has such a chokehold on this run-up. They dropped 1 player out of the back, but that is so low on the HP, and Mandarin just cannot suppress the position. The blue zone already upon them as well, and that is going to be really tough for Sly Europe to go any further here. Reflect, a sliver of HP, keeping him in it right now, but Victor knows he's close, knows he did damage, has the nade as well, 5 of them in fact. Maybe swapping to underarm, but no, wants to just not even waste any time there. Puts it down the hill, doesn't do the damage, but Narvalo is in for the 1-2. The Molotov keeps Reflect tucked in. They know he's on this crag. This is discipline coming through. 4 teams remain as Excuse Me have rolled up. They have all 4 of their players still in this.
Game Lord might need to switch the attention off. Reflect is just taking bombardment after bombardment. Furious spotted by Narvalo. Realize he might have to do something about this one. Reflect's more cautious about getting his HP up towards maximum.
That's not going to happen, though. Team down. Sly Europe eliminated in 4th place there. Nexus with 2 on the high ground, but the circle will push them out of it earlier. However, Excuse Me, being so bunched up against the nades could be difficult. Oh, Beck, this could be huge. Up into the high window, doesn't do damage. No value as Victor gets the side swipe onto Fury yet again, but once more it's tucked back away.
Victor has done a really good job so far. I mean, Shifu kind of was the main problem. It slowed Sly Europe down so much. The Game Lord was able to get up here, but I think Victor has done a marvelous job to basically find all the knocks he needed to on Sly Europe's approach out. Keme, nice position on top of the building. And Excuse Me, slowly but surely are moving up.
Keme has such a good vantage point, but the circle is closing them off the angle. Excuse Me, have to challenge off against Narvalo, the last standing player, as Victor goes down. Nexus get the point. Excuse Me, the value here needs to be found for Narvalo, but he's just not going to have it. Now Nexus in a 2 versus 4. I mean, they have the high ground, sure. They should know that Beck is a little bit closer as well. They've heard these footsteps. They break out wide. A 2 versus 1 goes well. And Octavian just about cinches it back into control, but it's not going to be enough. As Excuse Me, take it down.
A great game from them. They just sweep from that outer edge, always aside. Really difficult way to make their way in, but they did it anyway. And I think they were set upon by a lot of angry dogs towards that end game. And Nexus weren't really able to translate that position they had into a winning performance. They were down to 3 players, but I think that maybe they could have done a little bit more. I will say that Game Lord had quite a tough time themselves versus Sly, moving down from the top side with Unicorn to Love there too. Difficult match for them, but took that opening that Shifu gave them, picked up the high ground, and then took Sly Europe out from there. So I thought that was a really cool move from Game Lord, and really picking your moments carefully.
Very sticky in the cave there, not easy. And Sly Europe do come a cropper just a little bit too soon there, but Nexus couldn't hold the center. Excuse Me, push through for a chicken dinner.
You, John and Blank, and we're back on the analyst desk. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined by Kalaris, and I mean, I didn't expect Excuse Me here at all, Kalaris. I don't think either one of us did, really. They just kind of came swinging from the south.
Yeah, the south for them was a very, very important location. When they're able to take out Team Doom and have as much room as they did to work with, it gives them, or it affords them, quite a few options. And the main option that they took was to swing on around to the west side. There wasn't really anybody holding them when it came to that road transition that you have to make, which sometimes can be a little bit precarious, but wasn't in this case. And we're able to play it from there. I mean, from that point on here, Gennaro, they're kind of relying on all these other teams to cause like fatally wounding blows to one another whilst they're kind of, you know, coasting on that west side, and they worked out nicely, I think.
Yeah, it's a great strategy to come into this. Also, the positioning for them has been very fortunate. I went for Sly, but they were kind of like stuck in the cave, and I was hoping that was not going to be where the circle closes, but yeah.
As soon as I saw those slide predictions come in, I was like, uh-oh, guys. Because Cave is a rough place to get out of, especially if the circle shifts away. You can always pitch for a team in Cave as a prediction and then hope that maybe it shifts that way, but there is a potential that their team is just above you and a team is in Cave and you can't get to each other and it's this weird heel-off. But that did not occur here, so rough for Sly in that one, definitely.
Rough for Sly, indeed. But not so rough for NEXUS Gaming. They did place second, but looking at the head-to-head, I mean, excuse me, just was miles ahead.
Yes, yes. We're looking at how Excuse Me played things out with the damage that they were able to put out as well. Again, for them coming in on that southwest side, any fight that they want to get involved in is a low ground to high ground fight, but they can just kind of take a few pot shots here and there, all these teams, whilst they're trying to deal with each other. So there's a lot of room for Excuse Me to play in some of these final circles as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, the highlights here just to really showcase how the teams have been improving over the last couple of days and how at this point in time, I mean, it's anybody's game. It feels like a lot of changes happening coming through, and you can definitely tell that there's been a lot of time spent watching these bots, figuring out the correct pathings to take and trying not to bump into each other when you're on some of these maps.
Yeah, not exactly the easiest circles for these teams to play. A lot of teams kind of pitching up on the north side of these circles, and because of that, you're seeing a lot of fights kind of emanating from those emergent teams from Los Leones, where again there's only a few ways out of Los Leones and how that terrain works going downhill. So as we watch Gladiators here going up against the likes of Cave and stuff like that, you're coming out of these fights, yeah, you might be able to win them, but you're probably going to be wounded coming out of Los Leones because there's just not much cover to work with when you're all coming out from the same angle. So but Gladiators made a fair meal of it. MUERTE eventually was able to clean them up though.
Yeah, fair advantage coming through, but I mean, MUERTE as well, again, the team that is slowly starting to ramp it up a little, maybe this time around not with that chicken dinner, but still, you can feel their presence in every game.
Yeah, you can. And as we take a look further on down here with MUERTE just cleaning things up once again with DBSs, just making utilization of very important close quarters weapons when it narrows down the way it does here. I mean, even those DBSs can be used very nicely in some of those high ground positions as those circles are narrowing down, because the dips and divots that work out against one another, you end up really in each other's faces a lot of the time up in that north position. So it's nice.
Yeah, and being in each other's faces did allow them to do a total of 1,423 damage with 7 limbs in total, but we're then comparing it to, excuse me, they're on a different tier. Like, the difference between them and NEXUS, which was 4th place, is a whole whopping 1,000 damage.
Yeah, as we mentioned, like, just a lot of room, right? Also, you saw Game Lord also get themselves 11 eliminations in this game, who were not by any stretch of the imagination having an easy game. For Game Lord, it was a lot of fighting in from the east side here, trying to kind of navigate the whole weirdness of what was going on in Cave. As you saw, even, I think it was one of your Sly guys that threw a molly on Chulika, and then just ran away. But I'm like, a molly doesn't finish someone in one molly.
Yeah.
It brings them down to, if they're full health, about, you know, 30% health or something like that. Just hold the angle, clear him out, and then you know that a stake is gone, for example. So just minor things could be tweaked, even in the Cave scenario, to just make you feel more safe.
Yeah, thank you for the input. See, guys, more things to put down, okay? Write it down. There's going to be a test. We're going to have a look at the overalls as well, because we're going to see which teams did pass the test. And so far, Sly is still passing with flying colors, 87 points locked in. they're doing great alongside Game Lords and Gladiators. MADBULL, however, is slowly creeping up on them on that 6th place with a total 22 differential in points.
Doing all right, MADBULLS. I think that if Max was here, he'd be waving his French flag high for Game Lord, taking 2nd place so far. Again, I have to reiterate that I do think that this is a Game Lord that we just didn't see last season. Not at all.
Yeah.
They looked, I'm going to be frank, that's a French joke. That was, I don't know why I've tickled myself so hard. Last season, they looked slow. They weren't able to do much with it. And this season, they're looking a bit faster, especially on those edges, the fights that they're taking. Yeah, that was... I'm so sorry. I'm so ashamed of myself for what I just said. That was awful.
I love how that was a good. How John was like, that was so awful. Do it again.
It wasn't even meant to be. Oh dear.
I'm going to. I mean, it was all right. I'll give you like a 3 out of 10 for that one.
Thanks.
See, we're grading things on live at this point, which is never going to be a good thing. But do you want to say thank you, Monster, for making sure that we can actually grade things on live, giving us the energy to push through. Looking at the next game, I mean, we have Sanhok coming up. We've seen a lot of changes in strategy. We've seen yesterday SHOCKWAVE, how great they were when it came to kind of going through, some of these angles, just displacing themselves very correctly in terms of the strategy with the circles closing. Are we expecting that from them again?
I think you kind of bring up a good point here, because the way in which SHOCKWAVE plays Erangel can work really well on Sanhok, based on the fact that they're liking to come in a little bit late, kind of controlling those edge plays and things like that. Sometimes, depending on the terrain, that can work on Sanhok. Like if you find yourself around those hills over on the east side, near Barn, for example, compared to some of the locations where things kind of plateau out into a little bit, have a valley, plateau out a little bit, and then if you're controlling a central compound, that's okay. That's a very different play style. But some locations on Sanhok can work for SHOCKWAVE's play style. So we could see that materialize. We could. Any other teams that we want to keep our eye out, or potential individual players when we're coming on to Sanhok that we think, yeah, they're gonna do damages, like tons of damages? Tons of damage is a difficult thing for Sanhok because of the way in which those fights work out. Everyone's third-partying each other, even fourth-partying each other. So when you're trying to do damage, unfortunately, you then get 3 barrels of guns turned on you and everybody starts shooting each other. I still need to pivot back to Cave, to be perfectly honest with you. Not the location on Miramar that we just witnessed, the actual team themselves, because I do like some of their transitions. However, yesterday, things didn't really work out for them. They were eliminated very early on by some of the big dogs in the lobby. So I'd like to see Cave, once again, probably alongside Sly, who actually have been doing really well on Sanhok, I gotta say, get some more big points on the board.
Okay, that's a good team to keep our eyes out. I feel especially Cave in the last couple of days, they kind of like slowly creeping in, especially Creepy has been doing quite well, securing a couple of MVPs as well. I mean, the last 2 days, when we're looking at Cave, we've seen what they're capable of. We've seen glimpses here and there, Kalaris, but it doesn't feel like a full show blown. But maybe this time it will be different, because we're going to be heading on to Sanhok with our casters, Blank and John.
Let's see if SHOCKWAVE can transition from their playstyle over on Erangel into Sanhok, like James was talking about. This is going to be interesting to pay attention to this match. Blank, we're going to be getting into the jungle.
We are going to be getting into the jungle. Cave not playing this time around. Unicorns as well, and Gladiators, so that Northwest are a little bit more free this time around, John, which is nice for some of these other teams in the lobby. So far, Sanhok has been a weird one. I feel like Kalaris is basing me here into predicting Sly again. You really bigged them up towards the end there out of nowhere. I know what you're doing, bro. I had to throw the Sly Europe, prediction on the first one. Right, for the boys, the Sly guys, as Kalaris calls them. But yeah, so this time around, we'll see. If they start looking kind of good, kind of spicy, maybe I'll throw a prediction in there, but we never know. But first of all, we've got to get to that point, and that means getting through the initial stages of the game.
One thing's for certain, though, Blank, I'm not going to be predicting Gladiators this game. They're not playing along with Excuse Me, Unicorns of Love, and Cave, as you were talking about those drop spots opening up. Those are the 4 teams not in the match. North to south playing path, everyone's going to be happy, everyone's going to be chill. I wonder if someone's going to take that northwest spot over towards Camp Alpha in the top of the hill without Gladiators in the lobby.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I can always dream that you'll pick Gladiators again. You know,
I do. I just do.
I do. You never know. Anyway, Shockwave heading in. Usually they drop hut inside, but it looks like they're going to drop a little bit further down towards Camp Alpha on the top side. Team Doom also in this location. So Shockwave maybe in a position where they want to get their boy out. This is a little bit of a scary position to be in for Trazen. But they're holding it. Wow, that's a lot of the Northwest Island they're holding. I mean, this is a big bank. You know, you got player up on high, player fighting off versus VIRTUS.PRO. You've got Snowix by himself up here and Terminus on the north side of Camp Alpha. This is a wide split. I think they're like, Northwest Island is free, lads. You know what we do with that? We take up every single compound, everyone. I don't know. That's not how that works.
In danger is Phantom right now. I feel like he's the most split off, and Trazen and Aza could potentially go and just clap in a couple of shots and get this knock early. Aza's been down for a while, should have a weapon here, and Phantom's parachute will be very, very visible as well from Trazen's vantage point. So, do Shockwave go for this early knock? Okay, they definitely know that each other are here. The rest of Team Doom, not near enough at all to go for this push. Phantom seems to know that something's up. Doesn't have any armor or helmet. Aza does have the helmet, and the Vector in close range is really going to have an impact here. Phantom closes the door, and they're a little bit more aware now.
Yeah, Aza's got to feel the EDM beat turn into Aza the laser. See what he can get done here. He has to win this 1v1. If he does, they control the majority of the eastern side and quite comfortably can deal with the Camp Alpha bros, Team Doom in that area. But Phantom, yeah, it's a pretty dangerous spot to be in. He was really taking his time to figure out where to drop in from the parachute. Looks like Trazen's also coming down in for the help.
You got two of them rolling up. This is a 1v3 now for Phantom.
Bye-bye.
With no armor or helmet. Doesn't even get a shot in. That's fair. That's fair. You stayed too long, as you said. You dilly-dally in the air. People are going to know where you are, and they're going to take you down.
Yeah, he was just really trying to assume where the players of Shockwave were going, because initially I think Aza was going to drop down towards the compounds just to the north of the Confluence compounds, but then saw Folly was there from VIRTUS.PRO and decided better of it. VIRTUS.PRO, however, it really gave up that compound way too easily, in my opinion. They dropped there for a second and then backed out. We'll come back to this.
Yeah, Avalanche moving in against Dark Project right now, and it's the moment. It's looking good for Avalanche. Woodson gets to the wall, no meds and half HP. Slows him just a little bit, but another knock for Woodson. Finds the flush as well almost immediately. Has value on that forward position. Wait and Latte, two players now for Dark Project alive. Trying to stem the flow here of the Avalanche, but if you open a door and Woodson gets the sideswipe, Wait is pushed into combat here, and Woodson, the right option to go for that fight. It's a 1v1 on that alley, but it's just not going to go your way. Have to push back in as the reload comes through, and players are getting flushed left and right. Avalanche playing this really, really well there, and Woodson had such an impact.
Yeah, Woodson has been absolutely popping off in previous tournaments, and a really key member. I mean, Alicio's fallen off just a little bit, but Woodson quite happily picking up a good position on this team. Again, Avalanche trying to get stuff done. I mean, they're not the best team in the lobby by a stretch, but they're certainly the best of the bunch at the bottom. We'll put it that way.
So that's probably the nicest way of putting it, but sure. Nexus.
You lead
on the
loser gang.
Yeah, you're so good at being a loser. Oh my God. That's what you just said.
I did not. I said they were the leader of the loser.
You said that. I heard you.
They were the leader of the loser gang.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. They're in 13th place, not making it into Vikendi. Loser gang.
I don't want to say a 9th place team.
Part of the loser gang.
On the south side, they're playing Muerte from Starmie and Camp Charlie split Bantai as well. No one really too close to them. Northern side, a little bit more chock-a-block. We've seen this Paradise Resort area be very, very full over the recent couple of days, Blank.
Yeah, it's been a pretty mashed position. Also, I am just playing about the loser gang. But, you know, I also would like to be part of the loser gang.
Say it with your chest.
With my chest? I could probably shave, like, loser gang into my chest hair.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah? I'm sure that would be inappropriate to show on broadcast, though.
Yeah, if Max gives away enough skins, then maybe.
Okay. I thought you were just going to stop at skin, and I was like, where is this going? Help! This is... Okay, we've gone in a very weird direction here.
Max will shave it into his eyebrows, lose again.
Yes, lose again, shave it into your eyebrows. Let's go again. Kalaris is going to pump that one over on the prediction deck. Looking at the map, though, right now, let's get back to the game very quickly, because Camp Bravo currently under fire between Avalanche as well as Dagestan. Currently trying to win out their second engagement, and Woodson, once again, in there, hot as a flash.
That's the micro Uzi, and playing close range as well. Limbo Boom doesn't quite catch the ankle fully, although it does sever a tendon or two. There he goes for the final job to be executed there. 2 players from Avalanche down, only Alicio going off and will be extinguished. Avalanche, 1 team, they're good for it. 2, just a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, Dagestan came in and just swept the floor of them. I think the Avalanche were given quite a bit of time to regroup, reassess, but did not push themselves in a position where they were expecting Dagestan to move up this way this quickly. I think actually them heading up towards Camp Bravo is quite the move in of itself. Perhaps they heard the fighting, perhaps they went in for the third party, but you can see where the circle is right now. It's headed up towards the northern side, just the east of Northwest Bridge. So I think that this is still a little bit of an odd rotation for Dagestan, but I'm okay with it. A lot of times they do like to play from the east over on Sanhok. That's where we typically see them end up.
MUERTE very late and out into the blue. You imagine Shockwave could potentially even go for a rotation towards Cal over that northern side, unless they just want to push in to the compound on the west side of the river. Next zone just about to come through. Team Doom also going to have to figure out their path forwards. MADBULLS really at the back of the queue now, and that is a difficult area for them.
I hate this circle so much, man.
It's awful.
It's really rough because a lot of times, if you're on the western side and you're not doing too hot, you're relegated to the coastal side and the rocky outcrops that surround it there, and you just are in a bit of a cage match between all your fellow brethren on those rocky outcrops, and who comes out on top and then crawls out the water. Feeling quite down about it all. We'll have to go against the team that is most likely going to win the game. It's an unfortunate position to be in. But again, we have a lot of teams, quite spread. You can see on the map there, MADBULLS towards the hilly sides, over toward Paris Resort. KONINA Power holding a lot of positions. NEXUS coming down, SLY Europe also in a split. This is a lot of space been taken towards the center.
Yeah, MADBULLS just sent through about 2 or 3 teams, full squads, all posted up and ready to take shots without taking a casualty. That's a miracle that MADBULLS are able to get up to that northwest side. SHOCKWAVE did cross in the meantime now, playing as 4. See if they can keep things going. NEXUS under fire down the hill. Keme and Octavian going to be losing teammates. Kappa, Hala, Exo Machina, both flushed out. Zerich once more. Keme bandaging up behind the rocks, behind the trees and the outcrops. Quite looking the right way for Zerich. Keme and Octavia both on the same line here. Fleek a little bit more worried. In the wrong direction, it seems. Keme might be able to get a cheeky angle. I don't think they can see anyone just yet from where they stand, and it would give them too much opportunity towards the MADBULLS. Zerich breaking out wide. That could be the difference maker now.
Maybe for some players down here. I mean, Keme and Octavian both had the side swipe. Fleek, surprised he's not spotted out Keme as of yet. You know, he's jumping up and down, but I think he's a bit more worried about KONINA Power's position. Maybe he hasn't looked down towards the east. Now he's going to make a quick scout out. Picks up some loot from this loot crate underneath him.
In the smoke. And this is... Yeah. It's crazy that these two are still here, but MADBULLS say, you know what, we've taken half your team. You can keep the rest.
I mean, this is something that MADBULLS were historically good at. And I think that Zerich was one that definitely made this happen, which is finding those routes in towards the circle that are clear, that you can just make a full send through, and then being quite comfortable in just taking those back roads and going 60 miles per hour through them. So I'm happy that MADBULLS were able to make it here. It's a tough rotation, and they realized that they needed some risky moves to make it happen. I heard Janira talking about how they'd been slowly moving up the post right now. 67 points in 4th place. Great news. They can push it a little bit harder and maybe up towards that top 3. So slowly but surely getting those points on board. Nexus stand between them and maintaining a lot of control over towards this eastern side. I'd really like for Sly Europe to go down in the next 2 circles, because otherwise my fingers are hungry to press SLY on the prediction sheet really badly. I think I'm addicted.
Please, SLY.
I'm addicted to Sly Europe, the Sly guys.
Oh,
I need some inhibition.
Sly guys, but sometimes Sly dies.
There we go. They should help me out, I think.
You think? Yeah, probably. I mean, pushing past VIRTUS.PRO can go well. We've seen that happen a couple of times. I think that was that? Yeah, I think that was Octavian going down, and Kemi now left solo to the MADBULLS. Sly, you're right. They're going to have to push through. They're going to have to go past Paradise Resort, maybe crash into KONINA Power or VIRTUS.PRO, Game Lord on the south. Really sticky, but SHOCKWAVE slap bang in the middle of this.
SHOCKWAVE is in a fantastic spot. Here's that fight that we missed, actually, between Nexus and MADBULLS. Took a couple of shots towards Chuluk, and usually the player that took the shots would back off, but as we know, Chuluk is a madman and decides that he wants vengeance for what just occurred, and that is a slight on his being, and instead finished the job himself. Keme left behind. Cruelty, in fact. So Sheepa goes down, quickly demolished by KONINA Power. I'm not happy about it, but I'm also pleased about it.
There you go. MADBULLS leave one alive to tell the tale. Strike fear into the hearts of anyone who dare step to the Bulls in the future. A little bit of a return to form so far at the end of the 3rd day of Phase 2. KONINA Power catch a heel, and Tulika trips up. Fash, though, immediately answered on towards as Frozen has the back of his team. Palucci there for the res, but KONINA Power slowed down, and MADBULLS take the junction.
Yeah, actually a really good push in here from the MADBULLS. Once again, a straight Raz, and they will be able to get Chulika back up again. This is a decent position too. A lot of open space. It's not direct central. This next compound ahead of them has a wall too, John. Really good spot to be in. Pluck up the courage, lads. Pluck up the courage. Take the next compound. No fear.
Try and get anything that you can in this circle, because half of it is almost cut off here. I would say probably about 30% of this circle is going to be cut out, almost certainly, and 2 teams currently reside on that tiny little spit of land.
I mean, MUERTE and Team Doom are both like,
You go first.
it's all gone wrong for us. Yeah, one of us is going to go down at some point. It just depends who. Getting across this northwest bridge also is going to put you under a lot of fire from SHOCKWAVE. I imagine that right now they've got at least 2 guys posted up watching this northwest bridge crossing. I feel like I'm turning into less of an analyst, this map in particular, more into a motivational speaker for some of these teams, John.
Yeah, sometimes, you know what, they need it. They need that little boost. On the south side, KASIK could definitely do with that boost right now. Trapped behind 3 from Major Pride, 4 from Game Lord, I believe, as well, out to the northeastern side. It's a very difficult route for Striker to try and make, but look at that. A shift right onto ARR, SHOCKWAVE, and MADBULLS.
Goodness me. You know, oh, this is a difficult one, man. I mean, there is a world where this shifts back on towards SHOCKWAVE's side. But Dagestan sending down towards that compound that was free. They've got the courage. They've got the power. They're going to make it in there. They're going to go for this crash. Come on, please. Get over the top side to MUERTE, though. Oh, my lord. That's a lot of health gone.
Trying to disengage from Goldie, but it's going pear-shaped here. A lot of health, as you say, and another nade could finish the job. Milky Way, did he pop the first aid in time? He did. Happy J on the rock will be able to feed this information back over. So 3 fighting off against Goldie from Team Doom. Will spot the final player. Just go for the flush, get that point on board. Sure. MUERTE diminished now to 3 players, and Goldie's really given them the slip here. Discrim, though, over the top with the DBS. Is he going to be good? Goldie has one of his own, but is caught out. And that will be the end of Team Doom. And then now, MUERTE going to have to make this cross.
MUERTE, I think you're put out at this point. I think SHOCKWAVE's got your number. You're donezoed. Dagestan still moving over on that northern side, and Major Pride even down to 3, still doing work, but Game Lord fairly certain they'll be able to hold them out. The ridgeline here is just too strong. Typically at the beginning of the game as well, this is a position that you take up if you wanted to really harm a team coming out from boot camp, and it works just as well now as it did at the beginning of the game versus Major Pride, who was trying to leave. Fortunately for Major Pride, Game Lord also have to come with the caveat of other teams being in such close proximity that they might be taking shots from behind.
The cross coming through from MUERTE. 2 players towards Striker's position, but I think he's got spotted. KONINA Power suffering to purple. Again, the same split on predictions. We think SHOCKWAVE, you think MADBULLS. 2-2 split for MADBULLS on the roadside. SHOCKWAVE with their backs to the water. Very difficult for anyone to push into them.
Yeah, they're playing the long game, right? I think they're like the final boss this level is SHOCKWAVE right now. a lot of these other teams that they're working their way through the separate dungeons to get there, but SHOCKWAVE, they're the end boss, right? They got the most HP. They're looking strong. They're looking swole. But I think at this point in time, SHOCKWAVE is just going to bide their time within their boss room, not come out till then. I'm going to see who comes out on top between KONINA Power, MADBULLS, Dagestan. With that shift, they're looking good. They're looking nice.
That's pretty cheeky there. MADBULLS cut out a little bit on their compound. We'll have to probably leave here. ARR are playing with 3, which is their main disadvantage right now. The island held with Malloy and Striker on the southwest side, by the way, that we're watching right now, is going to still be in this next one. And those trees will give you a lot of cover, but with all the angles on the coastline being occupied, as soon as those teams trim down, it's a little bit safer, but treacherous for now.
Man, this looks like a couple on vacation who've just come off the back of an argument. Trapped in 2 shacks there. Completely separate from the rest of the world. I'd hate to be that couple in particular. MADBULLS, Chulika does go down. Dagestan taking shots. They've got great angles on them as well. This is the compound I said that they should have probably taken, but they did not. And MADBULLS are going to have to make a bit of a wild decision going forwards.
Yeah, they are going to have to move south, and their backstop being taken.
Great shot.
Gonna make that harder. Yeah, there you go. Fleek nails that shot over towards Dagestan to slow things down.
Oh.
Dagestan can't really take the wall at the south of their compound until MADBULLS are dealt with.
Please, Sly, don't do this to me. I'm sorry I didn't predict you.
Can you imagine?
Vengeance of the Sly guys. Yeah, I really don't. Please. I know what they can do with 3 players anyway. In the meantime, KONINA Power going up against MADBULLS. They're in a real tough spot right now. They have to win this fight if they want to move down towards that south side, but Zerich going down is real bad news. There's another, and it's all going topsy-turvy.
You don't love to see it. Chulika last standing. Maybe able to get a sideswiper, line up onto KONINA Power, sees 1 and 2, just misses the spray here. Fash does go down to it though. The blue zone isn't going to take him out just yet. Agorazin breaks wide with a nade, and into the smoke he goes. Chulika still alive, still fragging, but in the blue zone, it's just not going to work out. Dagestan eliminate the MADBULLS on the northeast, sorry, KONINA Power on the northeast side. Eliminate the MADBULLS, and that allows Dagestan to move up to the wall. Next zone pops, and it's slap bang onto ARR.
Oh, yes, please. This is a really nice position for them. Unluckily, it's a huge compound to play around with. I think this is your major difficulty. Is there's a lot of angles with only 3 players. It will be slightly rough. Finally, SHOCKWAVE, the boss, will have to move from position. Try and take up residence in one of these compounds. I think they need to be a little bit more swift with it. Malloy came up on top between them and KASIK team over on the vacation island. Right now, he's not got a lot of time ahead of him. Sly Europe losing more and more players. VIRTUS.PRO, purple, doing what VIRTUS.PRO do best and stay in one place. Huddled away, hidden.
Playing as a solo, to be fair, it's going to be harder. Hang on a minute, he's been caught. Oh dear, tickle from the Molotov. See your doctor about that one. That's going to burn.
Sly Europe trying to get the player back on the feet. Very iffy timing, but shotgun shot from Palucci round the side. Reflect barely hangs on by a thread here.
Palucci rampaging over Sly down the hill for KONINA Power. And now it's a 3-pronged assault onto ARR's hold.
Everyone wants a piece of that action towards the middle. It looks good. It's a nice bit of an area to call home. Right now, AAR losing 1 player. means that someone's coming in to do the evicting. KONINA Power on that eastern side might just be able to get in late, do something with this, but SHOCKWAVE starting to mount up. They wanted a lot of this to calm down. They realized not got a lot of elimination points, so a chicken dinner will really be the one to solidify the amount of time spent over there. Dagestan, players falling around them.
Dagestan move in. KONINA Power also slowing down. SHOCKWAVE may be actually able to push in a little bit here and control the west side of the road. As of yet, the only team untouched by warfare currently raging around the compound, and maybe teams have overinvested into trying to get their foot in here. Aces goes down and Keep is able to take him out, but the knocks going through onto Dagestan come thick and fast. KONINA Power wanting this res, but they're playing as 3. SHOCKWAVE staying out of it still.
Ooh, SHOCKWAVE been cheeky about this one. Again, it's like we said before, it's that SHOCKWAVE, they didn't get a huge amount of eliminations in the start, so they just want to play this game out as long as possible, let the other teams all crash upon the rocks, and they'll pick up the pieces afterwards. Fash goes for a quick first aid kit. Little bit too late there, moving out, and SHOCKWAVE, they've got all the angles in the world. Like a mathematician over here.
Goodness me. Trazen going down. Knocked right underneath these other players, so this res can come through. Open season now on the teams in the compound. What once was Sanctuary becomes a tomb. Can you imagine many skeletons going to be littered around here?
I mean, Dagestan has just put themselves on broadside towards SHOCKWAVE. SHOCKWAVE have to move out over open ground, though. This is the difficulty. Aza swinging, but no one's there to see him. No one cares. They're going to have free reign over this fielded area. Palucci goes down. Tapok's trying to make their way up. This should be easy shots for them.
Terminus. Okay, and hang on a minute. There's no trade. And 2 players are down. Trazen's out. Snowix moves across, and Aza's close by. Do they know that this player is here? ARR right on the edge. Gonna have a little bit of a disadvantage. Res may be possible with the smokes. Gonna break out wide, and Elementrix finds another. Oh, it's all onto Snowix now. SHOCKWAVE becoming a part of the seams. Elementrix and Tapok, they've breathed so troublesome for everyone, and ARR take on 4 from SHOCKWAVE with so many angles, and somehow fight with their backs to the blue out towards a full 4 squad.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy, honestly. And again, come on, SHOCKWAVE. You had to leave that building sooner than you did. This was way too long to just sit out there. And I think that when you see the circle shift over towards that eastern side, they did what they could with what they had, right? Which is minimal cover, and then it's just open ground towards that compound. And I think there's a world where SHOCKWAVE goes down in 4th, where, you know, Dagestan, AR, and KONINA Power just throw up the white flag, and there's a ceasefire, right? At which point SHOCKWAVE has to clumsily walk and trudge over that grass, and everyone takes shots towards them. So I think SHOCKWAVE put themselves in a very risky position where they decided to rotate very late. And when I say rotate, I mean literally just wander out of that compound looking like lost sheep.
Well, I think we're going to have to take a little bit of a break, because I know Kalaris is absolutely fuming about SHOCKWAVE's performance in that final set of circles. We'll be back in a bit with the desk.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I'm Jeannie, this is Kalaris, and we're going to try and do our best to break down what we've just seen. But before we do so, make sure to follow us on our socials. It's going to be Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook. I have a cat here. I don't know if it's showing up, but if it does, I do want to say oopsies. But also there is going to be a survey, so make sure that you fill that one out just so we can take your opinions into consideration and see how we can move forward with that. Now, Kalaris, I know you particularly felt a very certain kind of way about the match that we've just had.
Yeah, one of those questions on the surveys is going to be, should Shockwave have won that game? And the answer is unequivocally, yes, they should have. All right, so...
but they didn't.
So in those final moments, they're doing a 3-1 split, and Azza's the one that's kind of off on the left-hand side here, looking for an off angle. I don't mind Azza's spot. I think it's fine, all things considered. But the 3-man down south, the way they were, when they hear the fighting north, I don't think there's too many moments where they would have been vulnerable if they wanted to transition to a few trees or rocks ahead of them to have more off angles to fight against ARR. I will say, though, if you are going to have 2 alive for ARR to make that work in the final moments, Tapok and Lamentrix are absolutely the guys that you want in that scenario, and they did make it work. Just Shockwave gave them too narrow an angle to take that fight on. And when you do that, it makes it very easy for the players that are in windows, in compounds, to win out that kind of fight. So, yeah, it should have been a Shockwave win. Not to be, though. ARR wins it out.
Yeah, KONINA coming up second with a total of 8 limbs this round and 1,562 damage. I mean, KONINA Power, kind of that horse that's just slowly creeping up on us as well, because when I'm looking at the predictions, nobody actually expected KONINA Power to even be in the top 3.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to remember and cast my mind back as to where KONINA Power was. The thing is that they are coming away from Paradise Resort, right? And there is a few moments, as we take a look at the highlights from this game, where they're controlling Paradise Resort and then fanning out to the west side, controlling bigger swathes of land compared to some of these other teams. So they take a lot of fights on their way through here, and you know the circle shift away from them. But I mean, I would consider this a pretty decent win for KONINA Power in my book, considering it's more eliminations than they're normally getting in these games.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, KONINA Power as well. They've had some shows of greatness, but this game definitely, again, stepping up to the plate and giving us a little bit of a taster of what we can potentially expect from them. AR, again, the second chicken dinner for them this time around in phase 2. Just staying strong, staying sturdy, holding their ground.
You saw it there as well. As KONINA Power, you can't account for something like a DBS just chilling in a bush and shooting you in the back as you move through. So kind of unfortunate there for KONINA Power.
I mean, MADBULLS as well. I genuinely, for a while there, thought that MADBULLS were going to be at least in a top 3 finish, but unfortunate for them, once they're trying to get into the circle, they're just getting absolutely obliterated.
Yeah, if the circle shifts north and they're controlling one of the most difficult roads to cross on Sanhok with the 2-2 split that they actually had. I was mentioning it whilst we were kind of talking about the games, watching the games here, Gennaro. The 2-2 split that they have gives them that opportunity to move north or south if they require it, if the circle goes up there. But not to be moving south against all the teams that have taken up those hills, taken up those compounds. It was always going to be difficult for MADBULLS. It's Sanhok. It's kind of the way it works out when a circle shifts away from you. It's very rough to try and make it work if you don't have a lot of room to work with, like a Shockwave did over on the west side.
Yeah, well, thankfully Sanhok is, actually no, there's going to be 2 iterations of Sanhok today, but thankfully the next map is going to be Erangel, so not too much to worry about in terms of whether or not you're going to be able to execute it. But also looking at the match report specifically from this one, I mean, ARR on top as we're expecting with the damage, but this looks like Sanhok damage to me.
Yes, it does. Sanhok numbers. You're getting it, Gennaro. I like it. We have got ourselves, as you say, AR in the position for this. Now, do bear in mind, AR for a long time in this game was only 3 alive in that compound. So it does show, to a degree, how strong those kinds of locations are for a team, even when they're slightly disadvantaged, I would say, from the beginning of the game. And it's nice to see, because we highlighted them, I think it was in day 1 or day 2, AR. So yeah, good to see they're still on some form.
Yeah, they're still trying to make it work, but historically on Erangel, it's really the likes of MADBULLS and the MUERTE Gladiators that are coming out on top when it comes to the damage, when it comes to some of these limbs. But it seems fairly similar, getting to that average of 5.9 for the MUERTE, which is the highest we're seeing. So with that as well, as Erangel is going to be our next map, before we discuss it even further, we're going to be looking at our overalls instead, because again, AR got that second chicken dinner on the board. And even with that, they're still 8th.
I mean, it is still actually a little bit of a jump up for them technically, right? So
yeah.
I don't mind it. Don't mind it at all here. This is a team that is still kind of middling and looking to prove themselves. I feel like when you look at the roster overall, they have 2 standouts and 2 players that are kind of acting as more of that support role for the 2 standouts. And sometimes that can get you far, but for them, considering the strength of the lobby, it is a little bit difficult. I mean, previously, it was 109 points for them in phase 1 and they were 12th. So it's already a bit of a bump up. So the progression is definitely there and visible.
Yeah, and a visible progression is all that really matters for these teams, because you have a decent amount, a chunk of time to play with. You have a couple of play days that you can improve on. But with that said, we're going to be heading over to our casters, John and Blank, to cover Erangel.
Yeah, we're going to be playing our only Erangel today as we head on into the third match. Blank, it was a little bit too chaotic for SHOCKWAVE to handle towards the end on that last one, but hopefully they can bring it a little bit back more and do a little bit better this time around.
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, they were the boss, right? And everybody knows the boss cannot leave the boss room. And apparently, they also thought the exact same thing. They got into their headspace a little bit too much and just remained in position. It's something that we're seeing quite commonly in these lobbies now, which a team gets like a central spot and then thinks, cool, I will never leave. It gets to a point at the end of the game where, you know, zone 7, zone 8, it's not always necessarily going to drop on top of you, and you need to make a decision. And some of these teams, I think, are way too afraid to go for the crashes. I think it's actually hindering some teams like MADBULLS, who kind of thrive under that pressure of going for crashes, taking these shots. But a lot of these teams are playing out these maps as if they were for Kendi John. I don't like it. I don't like it. You need to start taking these crashes. You need to start taking some precedent in your own game. A lot of times these players are allowing the circles to dictate the winners of these matches. And I think you need to take your fate into your own hand.
I mean, that's quite an interesting point about how there's fewer and fewer crashes. I think it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy almost, because you have the scenario where nobody's crashing, so everybody's on the outside. So if you go for a crash, everybody can see you, and you just die. Yeah. So nobody goes for a crash, and everybody just gets stuck in this rut that's seemingly punishing quite a lot of the lobby. Let's see if it happens here. Stelba down to Novo on the plane path.
Yeah, pretty far over towards this eastern side. MUERTE, at least, will be able to pick themselves up a nice spot over towards the Povka. And again, let's see, please tell me. No, they are playing. So we do have Milta Power, which should be taken up by NEXUS currently. And again, it's that rotation that comes through from the Povka down this side over towards the western side of the map, where we get a clash. We get a clash between these two players, and I hate it. I hate it so much. I hope they don't do this time around. I want to see both teams, if that happens, you know, you go your separate ways. You take a rotation over the top side, or you take a rotation over the bottom side. It's one or the other. You don't have to go for this. I think it's point in time with a circle like this one. You're going to need to give up the ghost. Give up the ghost on that kind of engagement and figure out exactly how you're going to make your way down. Now, we have seen MUERTE make this quick rotate down here, and then they rock up over towards the top side of Novo. It's a good position to be in, but there are teams like VIRTUS.PRO who could make a rotate down here, hold this ridgeline. This ridgeline is very nice to hold, gives you a lot of potential to take shots at teams coming up from the north side. So I think that's also a very big potential for VIRTUS.PRO here.
MUERTE, yeah, sure, they've gone for that rotation down to Novo, but why didn't they just drop there initially? You know, I mean, especially with the plane path as it was, and you know it's going to be full, and now there's 3 teams already on that South Military Island. And you know, one of those teams is Gladiators, Blank. I love them. I love them. And they are all the way on that south side, not quite on their full backup drop. They did make it a little bit more eastward, but Flint will be happy about that. They'll be able to make a meal of it, I'm sure.
East. Oh, Kalaris has given me some cryptic information here. He says East Coast to South Millie Island botation. Yes. Don't know which team he's referring to. I'm assuming he means MUERTE, yeah. Which would make sense. It's a good rotate. And I think it's the one that I have maybe missed in the past. I know that they go from point A to B. I don't know what happens between A.1 to A.9. So, yeah, that's fine. As long as we know they got down there, and now we know how they're going to perform it as well, which Kalaris has perfectly predicted, because he is a very good analyst at the end of the day. He knows these things. He's a man, he's a knower.
He's a big knower, actually, I think.
Yeah, right?
I've heard.
It's a prolific role within PUBG Mobile to be a knower.
Not only is he a knower, he's a good sayer.
You've gone too far. Stop it, you've gone wrong. Nexus down towards MUERTE Power still, yet to move out right now. VIRTUS.PRO did end up taking that rotation we mentioned earlier over towards that north ridge side. It's a great position to be in. Gladiators slightly split. You asked why maybe MUERTE didn't actually just go straight down towards South Africa in the first place. I mean, the circle didn't drop until a little bit later, and with this eastern playing path, it's like, let's just go to our usual spot in Lipovka. I'm okay with that. That's fine. That's fine. That's totally okay. They have options ahead of them. A lot of teams towards that northern side at the moment, though, John. Look at that. Unicorn to Love over in Zaki. Stalber is Team Doom. We've got Shockwave up in Severny right now. You can see on your side of the map at home, because I've not forgotten about you, don't worry. You got KASIK team over towards Pachinki side. Dagestan actually moving over Potato Hill. A lot of teams trying to crunch themselves in towards Sosnovka as fast as possible. But excuse me, setting up the roadblock. Okay. Quick barrel roll for stylish effect, and Meku's out.
He's fine, but Tixie's not. Furia absolutely lights him up. The split from Gladiators has just gone really poorly in this scenario. They lose a player very early, and excuse me, are now way ahead of them on the queue. VIRTUS.PRO aren't going to push in for a third party. They might establish on these hills, which are really powerful for just getting picks off teams trying to sail through on the bridge.
I think excuse me realize this. They've done what they came to do. They have hampered the Gladiators' progression. They're going to move out now. Do any team that's going to be sat behind them. VIRTUS.PRO's trying to get a lot done right now, John. They have set themselves up fairly central, though, within the circle, so we'll give them at least a little bit more time to go for a rotate, considering they should have, you know, equal paths to anywhere it will go in the future. Gladiators spot Dagestan, have some payback. Can't hit any of the shots, though. Kitsune's got absolutely nothing to make that any easier, like a red dot or a holographic.
Not easy in any stretch of the imagination. Dagestan get a really clean run at the bridge here. VIRTUS.PRO, as VIRTUS.PRO do, they go into one compound and say, we're just going to stay here, guys. Don't worry. We're going to be fine. Instead of spreading out on those hills and stopping, excuse me, Gladiators and Dagestan from moving in. That's three teams that they could have forced into a bridge fight.
Yeah, man. The VIRTUS.PRO, I think what they do is that they take with them everywhere a quick little 50-inch plasma TV, set that up, get it running, and then for 20 minutes just flick through channels until towards the end game, and then realize they have to move. And usually that goes quite poorly. I want to see another game from VIRTUS.PRO because usually their initial rotates are quite good. I am going to give them praise here. I think their initial rotates are quite good. They don't do a lot with them. They do this on Sanhok as well, and I was going to mention it over on Sanhok, didn't get the chance to, where they held one of the compounds over on that northwest island, and usually you want to hold these specific areas so you have an option all the way towards the end game. Every single time they do this, they just regroup on one compound. I'm like, you found zero value from that split. There was no point in that split in the first place. If you're all going to head to that one compound within the first 30 seconds, just do that. Like, I don't know even how much trash loot these players are even managing to get on board within that first 30 seconds, because someone has a lasso, a quad lasso, and is just pulling them all selves together. So I want to see that change in VIRTUS.PRO, because again, I like their initial rotates. It looks nice, but they don't seem to have that presence anymore. Anyway, back to the rest of the map, because we need to concentrate on what the rest of the team's doing. There is 14 other teams inside this lobby right now. Team Doom over towards Kameshki and Stalber, moving downwards to MUERTE, also heading down towards MUERTE Power. Have kept themselves clean. That pesky team of NEXUS. They did send Discrim all the way up towards that northern side to get a bit of scouting done. At least he knows that Team Doom's coming from that location, John.
A little bit more info. A lot of blue teams right now. Dark Project getting their way across the field, going to head west. Potential to run into SHOCKWAVE, but you've got to imagine everybody's thinking about how are we going to get across, right? They're going to know at this stage, with so many teams making their way down south to that military island, that these bridges are going to be a really difficult spot to try and pick something up. So where do you go? Do you try and wait late, or do you try and swim? Do you try and grab a boat? Because MUERTE, they haven't gone for that boatation from Lipovka.
Nexus did, though, and you know, we consulted the Noah himself, and that was what he was talking about. You know, the cryptic message was left to be decoded as the game went on. It was a bit of mystery, that's fine, but it still was there. He said it wasn't a prediction, but he is a Noah at the end of the day. His predictions are not predictions, they are facts yet to have happened. So now, shift. There we go. Yeah, Southside shift. Dagestan pretty pleased with that. VIRTUS.PRO take a knock. Rah. Rah. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I mean, Cave took the position that VIRTUS.PRO should have been in, right? VIRTUS.PRO, by all rights, should have been on maybe a 2-2 split on these hills. Potential to get run down, so it is a little bit dangerous, but you can play 4 on the hillside. That's what Cave were doing. They see VIRTUS.PRO in here, and they're like, okay, well, we'll just keep our surroundings. We'll keep our perimeter. You see the 2 players on the north, the 1 on the south, whilst Influence just goes in and raises hell.
Yeah, I don't particularly like this position that VIRTUS.PRO's in either. You know, I've played in this spot before, and it is really awkward. You can get yourself really caught up in this spot for a long, long period in the game. So I'm glad that both teams are starting to move out. VIRTUS.PRO, I think, have lost a player. Yes, they have, down to 3. So unideal. And now moving down towards that south side, a little bit diminished in power, not good. Sly Europe, the Sly guys towards the north. They made a quick swim across the water after sending the vehicles downwards, means that they are lacking on vehicles. And with the amount of teams that have already passed through this area, you know, all the bikes are gone, mate. The bike racks are empty. So they're going to have to get a move on, pull on the trainers, work with what they've got.
Going to be a little bit soggy, but hopefully they'll be able to clamber on forwards. Looks like at least one of them has a vehicle to be working with. Nexus moving in from that southeast landing point. They didn't opt to go back to the water and try and swing around south to this next little hop of the bay. Instead, they'll take the fight with Major Pride, and that's going well for them right now. Major Pride today haven't really been having the power that we've seen from them so far this phase, and in fact have been slipping down and down and down the tables as things go on, unfortunately for them. Nomi already knocked. Monkey did get the answer over towards Octavian, but Keme is there. Effect moves forwards for the res. Keme taking a lot of damage. Monkey having a lot of impact on the sideswipe of this fight. And in fact, getting 2 knocks on an isolated position. Will reposition now and move up to back up the rest of the team.
You know, I don't like this from Nexus. I feel like they should have kept fielding Doran instead of Octavian. He used to be a really strong player. You know what? He was fabled as Blank's favourite player in the entirety of the tournaments as once upon a time. But, you know, he's fallen off in a big way. I think they should keep fielding Doran. I know they're trying to test things out right now, but it felt like that squad was working. And they are just about to fall at this point, I think, or very close to. EXO has to try and patch things back together, but he's got no more needle and thread to do it.
Good news for Major Pride. I mean, staying up as 4. Well, they'd already taken a knock in an even fight. That's good news. I said we hadn't really seen that power that we had towards the start of the phase. And they started this game, in fact, over in 9th place on the tables overall. So definitely good to start things out with a nice little bang on the military finish. On the south side as well, they're going to have that east side of the next circle kind of to themselves. Cave, the first hurdle they have to cross. Maybe worried about MUERTE and Doom.
Yeah, maybe. I think MUERTE still have a long road ahead of them. Spent a lot of time looting. Still at 4 players. Team Doom were scouted out earlier by Discrim. Should be able to get across, but look at that, damn. A lot of damage already fed through to the MUERTE players. This is slowing them down somewhat proper. Might just want to get a move on. I think getting across this bridge is priority for both these teams. Team Doom just being a real nuisance at this point. Just let the boys go. Get across yourselves. There is safety on the other side of this bridge, but a lot of blue ahead of it, and it's continuing to close.
Oh, Discrim taking heavy fire, needs to just get to the cover of the bridge. Knows the angles quite well, just serpentine around. Try and keep those tires healthy.
There you go.
Get across. a follow-up from Team Doom. They're going fast into this, and MUERTE probably just going to leave this one in the dust. I mean, you've got so far to go.
Yeah, man. I mean, Discrim's in the Knight Rider right now, so he's out of there. He's out of dodge. He's got the machine feeding into him, the trajectory of the bullets, zipping this way and that. But yeah, they're going to leave them in the dust. They want to get out there as soon as possible. Shockwave have Unicorns of Love to deal with. That's all on the northwest edge. The Error's 4.
Not really too much value from the high ground position from Terminus, but he can put nades down. The nade goes up high to try and burst on him, and Zero eats one from Trazen. That's over in the shack there on the sidelines. Mihi, the backstop, Swave spotted on the corner, and the nade unleashed forces the reposition. Beast in the building, tried to vault out the window, but Trazen sprays down towards the corner and catches not what he was looking for, but he'll be happy with it nonetheless. Prize to be certain. And on the inside, Swave in the smoke. I think he's spotted. Here's Aza, takes him down, and now Mihi last to stand, and Aza's on the hunt. The nade is over the top. It's good. It will take Mihi. That landed on him. He literally ate that one.
Yeah, Terminus actually got hit on the top side. Dark Project flying in, and Shockwave have to quickly get back into a fighting position. But the formation is broken almost as quickly as it was successful versus Unicorns of Love. It all comes crumbling down.
That was so fast from Dark Project. Crazy crash there. You loved it. You love it. You love it. You love it. You love it.
Team Doom deserved that. I'm not going to lie.
That's fair. Major Pride, they've moved in on this east side. They split effect down south to keep themselves that foothold, and they will swing towards it. Pivoting on that. Going south of the road. Dagestan holding all of that south coast.
Yeah, Dagestan actually in pretty good spot right now. I mean, they don't have a huge amount of information, but a lot of times this position becomes a lot more influential. If we get another western shift, they start to get a lot of view over towards that northern side, right? And a lot of times, if this continues to move down towards the south, which is a little bit more likely considering there's a lot of water in this one, happy days. Gladiators, though, right now, it's this is unfortunate. Matic's trying to cosplay as a KASIK team player. They know he's not. He didn't go to KASIKCon.
Oh yeah? Name 3 of KASIK team's favorite meals, if you're such a fan. Huh? Matic?
Do you have a Kaz autograph? I didn't think so.
You're not a real, you're just a phony. Just a phony KASIK member. But the remaining duo from Gladiators, they went really central. Now they're breaking out further to the west. Maybe they're going to try and fight KASIK team here and allow Matic back up into the surface.
Fortunately, excuse me out there. I respect that they went in to save their brother, right? I respect, wow. So Meku goes down and Kitsune abandons him. We all know who the favorite child is here. Get Matic back up. Meku can die, it's fine. He's actually gonna go and try and assist him. This is so sad. Oh, Meku, the middle child, if ever I've seen one.
Absolutely. It's kind of wild. KASIK team can't really move too freely either and move up towards Kitsune's position. Dagestan really don't want to. They instead want to push a little bit more central. Excuse me, in this spot are really allowing Matic to stay alive.
Yeah, I think, like you said, Matic are sort of saved by the fact that KASIK team's a bit worried about what's going on towards their north side. Dark Project, I think, still at 4 players. Yeah, still at 4 players. My eyes are really, you know, betraying me today. I have to like look through 19 teams. It's not that hard, but you know, if you were in my position, you'd realize it's kind of hard. They've all got white names as well. There's no differential.
Dagestan taking shots over towards MUERTE, who tried to crash on. Milky Way low. Shifu and Keep there just on the pincer. MUERTE on 1 player left standing. Shifu making sure that they stay that way. Milky Way last player. And comes the backup from Zadira riding on in. Discrim flushed. Milky Way the last to go. Cave maybe taking shots there, potentially even Kitsune on the long. But Keep goes down, and an opening found as Major Pride have got the backstop here as they swing all the way down south and take down Milky Way.
Double-pronged approach there, really like that. 2 guys on the crates, 1 forward, 1 back. First guy steps up, second guy on the outside edge, a little bit less visible, can quickly get the refrag. They do lose Nomi in the process, but still going strong. 8 eliminations too. Great stuff coming through from Major Pride at the moment. Not been the easiest rotate in the world for them, considering there was just so many teams crashing down towards Novo, but obviously they did start on Sosnovka in the beginning. So you expect them to have a decent game, but I think with what they've had to deal with basically so many intruders over on their position, that this is not bad news. It's not bad news at all for them. In the meantime, Dark Project lose a player over towards the Sly guys. Sly Europe up on the north.
They're your favourite team, and they have 4 players alive. Blank. It's your time to shine. Type it in, lad.
You know I wanna. You know I wanna. I have to do something right now as well. I have to go for someone. Question is, who?
It's always the question. It is always the question. Cave taking heavy fire. Dagestan as well being backed off the position. Major Pride is very impressive so far in this game. I really like how they've swung down on that south side. They didn't overcommit to the north. Cave are kind of in their way now, but with Dimension going down, everybody's going to be looking out their way.
Yeah, Cave crashes in. Takes a lot of damage there. They'd not left their compound for quite some time. Major Pride currently playing this one out. Again, this is an odd game because at the moment, you look over towards that northern side. You know what? I have to do it, bro. I'm sorry.
you changed it at the end.
I had to change it. I felt like, you know.
We're talking about predictions for everyone.
Yeah, sorry. I'm talking about the predictions right now. Major Pride is who I would have gone for. Yay, they're doing really well. I love what they're playing at here. If you can get a strong position over towards the coastal side, it's really difficult if you're one of the northern teams to push down towards you because there is just so much open space. But I have to go for Sly Europe. I've got to support the Sly guys. This is their week. This is my Sly Cooper appearance, right? I'm going to keep bringing in the bankrolls for them, even if they're not going to get the winner chicken dinner. But again, it's going to be really difficult. They're going to need smokes and everything else, and there's so many teams ahead of them as well. It's going to be tough. But I got to do it.
Cave actually crashed down south towards the position from Major Pride. And you can see that's how much they value it. The leapfrog coming through right in towards Shifu. They're not getting lit up here. 2 players in a buggy make it all the way through. There's a player out in the water. I think Shifu knows about it, but do the players from Major Pride? Genero actually changed up the prediction at the last minute as well. No, hang on a minute. No, I think that's just an error on the graphics there, because that is a Major Pride prediction with me from Genero as well.
Should give him MADBULLS, you know? MADBULLS.
Not even playing?
They're not even playing.
Last game.
That's a classic Genero prediction right there. Anyway, Sly Europe still on the northern side, looking down towards some of these teams. Reflect moves and barrels round off towards the east. They will have to deal with Major Pride at some point, but Dagestan currently going versus some of the Major Pride players. I think that is just Shifu remaining. Gladiators actually regrouped. Favorite son, Matic, back on board with Papa Kitsune. Let's go. This is the God Duo squad. Oh, ever I saw one.
Nomi goes down, and it's only Dino close by as well for the res. They might even be able to get this flush onto Nomi and give themselves a little bit more health. The Crag that currently affect a Monkey are sitting underneath really doesn't afford them too much power. And I'll tell you what, Blank, Sly Europe have a really good spot here on the northeast side.
Yes, come on, boys. Make me proud. Make me proud. Bring home the chicken dinner. That's what I want to see. Dark Project already lost a player to them earlier on. Excuse me, Kalaris's pick, great compound. Not going to lie, it's a good compound to be in. Gives you a lot of room to play out the rest of the game, but also gives you good sight lines down to a lot of these players on the south coast. If we get another southern shift, most likely one of these teams down towards the south side is going to have a very good time over the next couple of minutes. Major Pride, I think they may have lost one player, but still at 3, that is a decent position to be in. Sly Europe have to use this tree line to advantage. There is no cover. This is what I talked about earlier. It's so hard to push down towards the south at this point. You had to get down there nice and early. That was a real nice drive-by coming through from Effect.
That's what's allowed them this position here with Monkey and Effect. They've moved up, they took down Shifu, and now this is way more of a dangerous position. Before, Shifu couldn't afford to peek from it, but now these two can.
Yeah, basically, if you're on the north side at this point in time, you're waiting for stage, you're waiting for Circle 7, you're waiting for Circle 8. It's a waiting game at this point, man. You're hearing the elevator music. You know that there's a time where you need to get off. But until then, you are stuck in this room with Major Pride, with their eyes on you, looking to make small talk. You don't want to make that happen. You have to drop down the smokes. You got to keep them distracted, out the way. Dino goes down, though. Great pick-off coming through from the guys on the east. Nice little wraparound from them as well to find that one as he regroups with the rest of the team, which leaves Major Pride slightly more diminished, which will make them a bit less, aggressive, which is going to be really useful for Sly if they want to stick around.
This divot is really strong. It's going to be so hard for anyone to push across the open ground in front of them that they can use it so effectively. The question is what happens with KASIK and Gladiators on the coastline?
I think Sashipa is maybe pushing his luck here a little bit. I don't like this at all. It looks like the rest of Sly Europe are going to come in and try and support their teammate, but it's a bit overzealous. I think this is Sashipa's fault, right? I think that you just let him go at 3 players. You can still do well. He has to win this engagement. Now, good. Has the shotgun up close. That was a surpriser.
Gets the reload off as well, and no one from Dark Projects is there to respond. Latte await split in their focus. Sashipa is going to cause Latte trouble, and excuse me, they're going to knock on the door of Wait here. Latte over the top with a nade. A lot of damage, not going to be able to get that knock, and he needs to turn around for a little bit of a response because Latte's now left alone. Sashipa given some time to play with, but are you going to be happy about that? I don't think so, because excuse me, are a much taller order than Latte on himself.
Yeah, Sashipa's made a big mistake here. I think him sitting on this western side provide information was fine, but it had to be a case of if Sashipa gets knocked, if Sashipa starts taking damage, that's a sacrifice we're willing to make. We have 3 players on the eastern side. We can play out this rest of the game fairly comfortably. It's a nice big resupply though, and I don't think, excuse me, know that they're still in the area. I think they're fully disengaged.
They know they got that final elimination on the squad, so they think it's a wipe potentially.
Oh, okay.
Definitely taking shots over towards Mandarin, so they think there's players further away. 4 nades in hand for Sashipa. As soon as he puts one in, that's game over for his position, and he needs to try and capitalize on it. Doesn't really get a knock here. Furia will be able to just bombard this rock and should be curtains for Sashipa, you imagine. Reposition.
Sidesteps it.
Hits the deck and does a lot of damage back out Furia's way.
Yeah, both of them quite low at this point in time. Shots may be able to be taken. Havlik, not sure exactly what's going on here. Sashipa nails the shot. Maybe it was worth it. Maybe you have to keep Sashipa up because he's an absolute god when it comes to this game. This nade should end his life, though, but it's a little bit wide.
Ooh, it's a little bit left. It will do some damage, most likely, but Sashipa's still there. Spots a player over the ridge of the car, and there it is. Finally, boom, on the money. Excuse me. However, have taken heavy punishment and slowed themselves down. Major Pride have still got that divot, and they've still got the next circle. Fortunately, KASIK team is starting to duel them out.
I feel like Mandarin could have maybe tried to have helped, you know, just a little bit.
Is he?
That would have been... okay.
He's busy.
If he'd helped, you know, that could have been a very different fight. Anyway, down in 5th, Gladiators, Major Prime, KASIK team, excuse me, still going. The Noah strikes again. Facts that have yet to come to pass now appearing on our screen as the northern team starts to sweep down towards the south side.
Matic dropped down the cliff a lot earlier on, or maybe didn't even get back up in the first place. But KASIK team are the only team that knows there's a player down here. Major Pride shouldn't be aware of this, although this water is still in and probably you're going to be a little bit worried. Excuse me, tried to move forwards, but they're all playing behind this one tree. And it's going to be a really, really open ground push to make this work. Havlik, though, giving them hell.
This one vehicle here, this could be their sanctuary, right? Sometimes you just need something to give you a little bit of it. I think he had to swerve it. He had to swerve it in. I think driving it straight towards him is a little bit of a mistake there.
Curve the bullets.
Yeah, you got to curve the bullets like in Wanted, be like Angelina Jolie. But no, not sharp enough there. That was unfortunate. Do get the player back up, though. So still can go forward. And they're just going to keep edging this vehicle. They'll keep dying until the vehicle gets towards the circle.
KASIK are in nade range, but they probably put quite a few down range. You could see Striker is fresh out here on nades. They wanted to try and get a knock. I think they put 2 of their very precious ordnance now in. Matic spotted here, and Striker should be able to deal with it. Maybe not. Monkey now has the chance to. Gladiators from underneath. In the meantime, excuse me, have moved so close to this.
Oh, no.
Havlik has just moved in with Furia as well, and nades start to pour in. Effect goes down. Monkey dropped out to deal with Matic, and now in a 1 versus 1. Might go down in fourth here, but Matic is so troublesome. The Gladiators are survivors in this, Erangel. On the rotation to the south. KASIK team with 3. Excuse me. Flood the circle.
I mean, Matic's still going strong, dropping smokes around the side. Monkey fell down, not on purpose, but by mistake, sadly. Now, excuse me, start to move in. Still nades available. Furia hits one over towards KASIK team. It's going to be huge. If you can finish off that player, it's big and does take down Kaz.
That is the full flush there. Didn't get a second knock, however, so there's still 2 in action. Striker and Unicorn split 1-1. Major Pride, 2 players down the hill. Monkey wants the challenge with Matic, and Striker knows they're there too. Unaware, probably, of the majority of proceedings here. Excuse me, just know there's been a lot of fighting. But they have the circle.
I mean, excuse me right now, rocking the T-shirts, organization against KASIK, looking to shut this one down. Just Matic, Major Pride. Really going at it down here. Monkey in effect, still going strong, and Striker just wants to remove one of these teams, but they're both so tucked in. Part of the rock face itself.
The issue you have as well is that he's not in the next zone. Look at this, the blue zone is going to crunch on. You're just going to have to drop down. There's a DBS, and that might be your only hope here for Striker. Take that position away from Matic and try and hope to hell that you get a better trade-off. Later on, Matic tries to go out and immediately is being shot at, fired upon. Can't even get a knock onto Major Pride. A knock onto Major Pride would have been disastrous. Unicorn has been taken out, and excuse me now. Wait up, time for more. He's still there. He drops down and takes up the mantle from Matic. 3 teams remain. Effect pushes in, takes care of it, but excuse me now. 1 versus 3 against Effect. Move in up the top rope, but it's excuse me.
Push them all aside, mate. That's what needs to be done. Organisation against KASIK comes out on top, and that one will be not coming back for future installments. A really good game from them. A nice little compound on that northwest side, and I said that that would give them time. Time is what they desperately needed. It's what time did not give to Sly Europe. They were out in the open for too long. They had no cover. Again, I don't think Sashipa was worth that much. You know, they valued him like he was a diamond on that side. Everyone just rushing in to save him, which I respect. You know, you want to keep your teammate up, but I think if they remained as 3 on that eastern side and just allowed Dark Project as well as Excuse Me to take the fight against one another, it would have been a different story. And then if Mandarin had maybe been like, you know, they put so much trust in Sashipa by saving him, and then Mandarin was like, I don't trust him anymore, and that was what came back to bite them.
I mean, favourite child Matic got pretty deep in there as well, after just staying around
Papa Kitsune knew
as well. Papa Kitsune didn't look after himself, but let Matic get up into 4th. In the end, though, that coastline was so treacherous as to bring everyone down with it. Excuse me, crumble everybody else into the South Ocean.
Hello everyone and welcome. Kalaris is absolutely jumping off his chair to be able to talk about this game because he was really excited by the fact that he actually did get his prediction right.
You make it sound like it's like a non-recurring moment.
It's been like happening every single time. Like, I'm not even surprised anymore, honestly.
I mean, okay, so when you look at this game and how Excuse Me plays this out, they have the luxury of having a location where they don't have to take the initial engagements against a lot of those teams in the north side, and that's kind of why I went with them, and they do get themselves 19 points. However, Major Pride, holy moly, 20 points with 14 elims on the side there. Though all those fights going on that South Beach side, kind of where that ferry kind of makes port, it was just an absolute massacre.
Absolutely. I mean, I went for Major Pride. They finished second, but they had such an incredible performance this time around. Looking at the likes of SHOCKWAVE, though, a little bit of expectations coming into this. They still managed to get some couple of points in elims, but it does feel like they are slowing down. It feels like those placement points are not getting, you know, bagged.
Sure, I can't begrudge them too much though on a game like this because 777. They're you know, all the way in the north trying to rotate to a Millie Island circle, so it's always going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Major Pride though, I mean, effect, as you mentioned it yourself already, 777, interesting number for damage. But all in all, like you said, Major Pride had such a great performance individually in terms of getting some of those elim points on the board. And when you're combining that with placement points, wow. What else can I say? Yeah,
there is a moment in this game where I feel like Major Pride shouldn't have been allowed to make the rotation that they did onto the kind of side of the cliff that they managed to rock up on as two. Look at that! Look at all those points coming in.
Blank, blank.
I like this budding rivalry that's emerging. It's really exciting for me. But the crazy thing, as we take a look at the highlights from this, is that for Excuse Me, this wasn't exactly easy. They made some nice rotations, took some early fights and stuff like that. But when you narrow it down to some of those final circles, there's just a few locations that people can play. You can look at the KASIK Gladiators Major Pride location as that plateau becomes kind of important and that cliffside becomes important. But what a disaster some of these final moments were as everyone starts falling down the cliffs as they're trying to find a good angle for nades. And then from there on out, they find themselves in this weird fight along the beach side whilst Excuse Me cleans up the scraps.
Yeah, and Major Pride also just running around, getting a couple of picks here and there. And I mean, the endings of these games, I love it when they throw nades and they actually land. I think everybody kind of enjoys seeing that. But all in all, the performance from Major Pride, I mean, would you like it if your nades didn't land, Kalaris?
No, unless I'm firing them in the air and pretending they're fireworks, but that's about it.
Yeah, I think that would be they would make pretty bad fireworks in that regards. But all in all, the teams, again, it feels like there's a constant rotation of what teams are really showing up on certain maps, and I'm really happy to see that all in all. And looking at the match report as well, it's going to further solidify the fact that, I mean, it's not just one team getting their player on the MVP, it's a whole bunch of them.
Yes, so of course, Excuse Me here, again, I describe it as a luxury that they had. They definitely then moved on to take the fights in the north quite well against players from Sly. There was a bit of a mess in some of those fights as well, to be honest with you. I'm surprised the drive up as they made to try and dislodge the one Sly player that was close to them happened, but then they were successful. They did recover, and that's basically what matters. After then, they were able to make the transition towards the middle of the circle, knowing that all the other teams were very preoccupied. So they chose exactly the right time to move to the middle.
They did indeed. The next map we have is Miramar, but before we head into that, I want to say thank you to Monster for giving us the energy to keep going. So make sure that you guys do check that out. And also, again, with the fact that we've played another map here today means that once again, the standings are going to be changing. Some teams have gained points, some teams might not have gained points, but that's okay for Sly because they're absolutely chilling.
101 points, first team to break that 100-point mark here for phase 2. And what a I'm gonna be a millennial. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be a zoomer for a second. Wow, what a glow up. Wow, guys, cool.
Slay.
I'm 34, guys. I shouldn't be saying these things, but anyway, so good for them. I mean, it was going to be difficult to get any more points off of this previous game, as it was going to be difficult to take on the excuse me position that was going on and then being able to move south.
We're getting a lot of contributions in the Discord in terms of what we should have used instead. We could have said that they ate, that they cooked, but all in all, when we're looking at Sly, they slayed. I think that's a pretty funny one to say here.
Not bad, not bad.
It does rhyme a little. But Sly so far, they've really shown up and they've started to kind of like, you know, make a name for themselves. I know that Blank is their absolute #1 fan. And we're going to be heading into Miramar next. So do you think that they'll be able to replicate some of that success with the strategies we've seen them play so far?
I'm scared to make that prediction without knowing if they're even in this game. So
I'm just like throwing it out like they're going to be in this game. And what I'm saying is the truth.
You know what? I'll be general. If they're in this game, based on the groups, I'm sure they'll do great.
That's a really great prediction. You heard that, Blank. We believe in Sly as well. We're gonna be we would like to listen to you guys. And who do you think is gonna be winning this game?
Well, we are going into this game. Sly are going to play in it, Blank. Isn't that exciting for you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited about this, honestly. This could be a big game for Sly, honestly. I think that they could come out on top quite easily. I feel it happening. I feel it in my bones, you know? I feel it in the air around me. There's a haptic buzz I'm feeling. And that is definitely that Sly's going to win this game. 100%.
This is their last game today as well. They will not be playing in
last
the
chance
last match of the day. They have broken that 100-point barrier, and no one was really close.
Don't let me down. Don't let me down. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, 101 points. It's just fantastic, really. Honestly, I couldn't ask for more. 101. You know, they're making it happen. You know, 101 also based off that film. You know, 101 Dalmatians, a great film as well, full of cute dogs.
That's where they got the number from.
Yeah, that's where they got the number from. Full of cute dogs. You know, it's a happy film. You know, that's how I feel about Sly Europe. I know that they did that for me. They got 101 points, particularly just to make it so that I would think of that film and have happy thoughts coming into this game, because that's what it's all about. But on a real note, Game Lord, 85 points. Third place, excuse me. Yes, please. You know what's happened with excuse me as well? No more hot drops. That's what I want to see from this team. And you know what? It's worked out.
Yeah, it absolutely has. I mean, they are, as you say, now in 3rd place. 84 points. Very tight the pack from 2nd to 5th right now, which is going to obviously see a lot of changes. You've also got SHOCKWAVE there and knocking on the door. So a lot of French presence towards the top of the tables, and Max's Revolution continues to gather strength.
Yeah, in a big way. Obviously, Picardo, you know, no longer, you know, Viadamar, best friend now. Best friend. That's what we want to see. I'm doing this with a mouse, man. Look, I can even do the little dot. I'm doing this with my mouse.
Is that Max's little brother, Max Man and Mouse?
There we go. Best. That's right.
There it is.
Let's add a little friendo there for all the Jujutsu fans at home. But yeah, this is what we'd like to see coming through from the guys on Excuse Me. It's the best thing that could have happened. KASIK not in the game as well. So you know what? We actually might... please don't drop in Picardo, because it'll ruin my whole thing. Please.
You did do a whole thing. To be fair, I can't see them out over.
Yes!
Unicorns might have dropped. There is the late drop from Excuse Me. Unicorns might be going for Picardo instead, though, unless they're trying to go long on there. Instead, no, not going to go into Picardo Central. Nobody is dropping there, and they should, to be fair, have spotted that. So
I knew it! Yes.
Down south. Wait, hang on a minute. Excuse Me still have a hot drop, though.
Who is it? Who is it? Cave? It's Cave. It's Cave coming hot right now. Cave seems to be the hot drop kings at the moment. They do like to cause some ruckus around the map at the moment. They like to bring the noise, bring the boombox. Unfortunately, they don't bring guns a lot of times, which is kind of necessary. Excuse me, we're able to quite easily fend off MADBULLS as they came down from El Pozo beforehand. But how will they deal with a full-on hot drop at the moment? Shifu already down, a key member coming through from Dagestan, hitting the deck almost immediately, so Major Pride could get something done with this one. Might want to chase on towards the rest of Dagestan. Would give them a lot of room down towards Chumasera.
They checked Shifu's driving license and found it expired. Not allowed to get in that buggy. Not on Miramar. Not permitted. Dino moves forwards. Zadira and Limbo Boom too far away really to have an impact, and obviously having fresh drops. Unlikely they even have weapons here at this stage. And M4, oh, that tree is such an unfortunate bit of cover, and Limbo Boom actually crosses that open terrain right in front of him. Effect and Nomi making their way up, and they are on the hunt here. For the rest of Dagestan, they spot Limbo Boom. He is on the inside, but the shotguns here are going to be pretty strong. Limbo Boom has got an SKS.
Oh, no!
Can you imagine hitting that? 10 bullets, and it's not even going to find one of them. Zadira taken low, and Major Pride start off well yet again.
Yeah, nice stuff there. Look at that. The SWAT team comes in a rolling. You know, not only did they not have their license, they didn't have a registration available either. They were given a citation for that one. Nice and easy. Shifu tries to crawl back to the rest of his team, but the SWAT team want nothing of it. They bring out the dogs, they bring out the hounds, they're hunting them down.
Zadira baiting the party bus away and actually maybe allowing the rest of his team to go for a res.
No way.
What a connection there for Monkey. With the M16 iron sights on the moving party bus across rough terrain. That is not an easy shot to hit, but he managed to land a lot of damage. No meds probably for Zadira either. That is so sneaky. How has he managed that?
This is somehow of a cartoon, mate. They realise this is the only place left remaining, and quickly the drive-by connects. Effect once again with the micro easy, finishes off the job. Now they just got to find Shifu and Keep. We're trying to get out of dodge, but on the roadside, they're visible. And they're back in the bus again, back on the road again.
No meds either for Major Pride. I'm loving this. KONINA Power are on the east point of Los Leones, but they're too far away. They know that this flush hasn't come through, which means that they know that these two players are together. Unlikely they have a vehicle. They were right next to that buggy, which you can see they're running up to try and suppress this area. You can imagine that is what the two Dagestan players are running for, is that buggy on the roadside. Can they keep control of it? But no, they're a little bit further away.
I think Major Pride, the adrenaline started to fade just a little bit, like, maybe we should loot, possibly. We're pretty central right now. Yeah, supplies are running quite low. We have a couple of SGs and a micro easy. It's not quite enough.
And 2 points.
And 2 points, you know, 2 elimination points. It's good stuff. Dagestan, average survival time is 18 minutes 49, which, to be honest, is pretty good. You know, our games run round about the length of like 28 to 30 minutes. So an average length of 18 minutes means that you are heading towards those later stages of the game quite frequently. I think Dagestan has definitely improved as we come along. Not as much as Sly Europe, you know, but I don't need to say much about that.
No, you don't. South Circle shift, though.
But they have improved so much.
Remnant of Dagestan. The remnants of Dagestan in that central circle, so they might be able to survive for just a touch longer. On this western side, excuse me, have escaped so far unscathed, but until now, Avalanche haven't made their presence known. Maybe, excuse me, are going to get the better end of this stick.
Yeah, the end that doesn't hurt your hands, but unfortunately, they did pick up the end that was, oh, Nobly, we don't want none of that. It has caused some problems, a bit of backlash as one of them falls. That's Black going down. I think he's a great player on the team. I think he's doing a lot of work. Look at 23 minutes here over on Miramar. I think this is just phase 2 stats, because it would not make sense if it was considering phase 1, in which case they were going down all the time. So a really nice change of pace for Excuse Me so far with their newfound approach to these Miramars, which is basically just not hot dropping right off the get-go. Cave rotated over towards Major Pride. They did lose a knock there in Monkey. As we know, supplies were dwindling.
Yeah, a little bit low, and Cave were on the hunt for a while. Effect fairly low. Monkey getting flushed out for Major Pride. Dino close by and ready to help Nomi. Limbo Boom, Limbo Boom, Limbo Boom. Limbo Boom, 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 Help Nomi. get this combat going against Creepy. Difficult room to hold when there's two players pushing. The flush is good, effect under pressure as well. There's players right around the corner, needs to get the reload, does indeed get it. They know this console's going to be held, and they can just light this up. This should be fairly simple. This should be easy pickings. Creepy can't peek out. It's being suppressed on the corner, and the shotgun to move in, perfectly executed, keeping things nice and safe, which you need to do for Major Pride because you've already lost that player. And that will keep them going in the fight, 3 versus 3. You're speaking about, excuse me, and their power. I mean, Black, certainly a strong presence, but Havlik right now, the standout so far in this phase, after they've unleashed themselves. Hopefully, he'll be able to have a little bit better of a time in the future. Dino, in the meantime, for Major Pride, pushes the window, and now he's the one trapped behind the consoles, behind the lockers as well. Trying to bounce nades backwards, around the corners as well. Into the building, close the door, maybe actually, right into the path of the nade.
Pretty sure one of Cave's players is, you know, very much on his last legs. I think that was Influence. Just about healed himself back up again, but on a sliver of HP, probably won. Quite lucky. I would have really changed the dynamic of the fight there. Major Prime maybe have moved out, got a little bit more, something different. Effect in the distance, still rotating around, trying to get a better angle on this one. Dimension in the back. Sky has been an absolute nuisance when it comes to that long-range engagements. Able to pinpoint ahead from miles away.
Neither of these teams really wants to go in for this fight. Circle shifts up to the northwest. Keeps a lot of teams still in the running here that maybe were a bit down on their luck before. You've got Gladiators pushing in from the north side. Game Lord as well, moving in from Montenuevo and Power Grid. On that northern edge, MADBULLS taking control of some really powerful hills on the southwest side of the next.
Yeah, honestly, for MADBULLS, I think this is a good rotation they made. They're a bit more cautious with their rotation on the western side, and you know, fair play to them. I think last time they came into contact with several different teams, they were like, we will go east as we hit Ladriera, which I think is very much reasonable. I think this is one of the positions that is less populated, surprisingly so. And again, with this circle, it works out wonderfully well for them. They take up one of the strongest, if not the strongest, compound in this area, right up on high. A lot of sight lines down towards the rest of the teams.
Furia flushed out. Avalanche just continuing to punish this southwest side. And excuse me, bonked down to 2. That's going to be Havlik and Beck. Or is that Black and Beck? I'm not entirely sure. On the south side. Yeah, Havlik and Beck will still be going over towards Valle de Mar, but they have to move north and into MADBULLS territory.
Yeah, difficult stuff. Again, probably won't meet up with MADBULLS for quite a while. You know, they're up on high right now. You know, they're in the clouds, they're in the heavens. They're in a good position. I think it's going to be difficult for any team to come into contact with them anytime soon. I like this play, though, from MADBULLS. It's quite a dangerous one, but that's kind of in their category, isn't it? Send 2 players up on high, they send 2 players underneath towards a compound, so if they do need to split up and regroup at some point, where the circle does move off the top of Ladriera, which, you know, it could do. They're not directly dead center at the moment. They at least have a point to regroup on. Again, these positions require a lot of tactics. They require a bit of player skill, right? You know, a little bit of pizzazz to pull off, because you need to be able to hold on to those 2 positions, provide support where it's needed, whilst obviously being quite split. If you're on top of the mountain, if you move down, that's it. It's unlikely you're getting back up there again without quite a bit of, you know, gumption behind you and determination, and also teams not shooting it as you try and scale back up the cliffside. So, you know, it's a one and done, that move.
Dagestan, the duo that lost their teammates early, lucky on this shift again, and will be able to survive a little bit longer. Cave, they've disengaged their fights with Major Pride on the south side. Gladiators have moved into a little spot of land that hopefully they can call home near Ladriera. But it's not going to be easy moving forwards. Next circle pops up and it moves north, keeping MADBULLS right on the edge.
Yeah, again, so it worked out. It worked out. That 2-2 split worked out. They at least have a position they can play from now. Potentially move towards one of the compounds in the middle. Shockwave are going to go for this. And Kale is most likely not wanting them to go for that just hold in the center. They're going to have a bit more presence this time around, you know, add a little bit of that flaming ring around them so people are a bit afraid to moving towards their territory, and so they have room to move out later on. Sly Europe heading towards a compound on that northern side, John. Works out for the time being. In the meantime, Team Doom got up against Game Lord.
Not going to go well for Goldie. The 1-2 punch, and Robs gets the knock flush. Keeps them all alive and going. Team Doom now decimated. Game Lord on the north side. We'll have to push down south, but Sly Europe and Shockwave are ahead of them. You've got the rest of Team Doom and ARR as well in Montenuevo to deal with.
And this is going to be a difficult approach for some of these teams on the north side. Team Doom, I think they're doomed at this point in time. Michelino in a struggle bus of a spot. Sly Europe typically very good at holding on these roadside crossings. Obviously not at 4 players at this point in time, but do find a knock over towards Snowix. A little bit of revenge for earlier. I wonder if they'll be able to clean up that elimination though.
Single spotted out by Influence. Yeah, they're just going to leave here for VIRTUS.PRO. They haven't gotten to a central compound yet, and that is the most important thing for VIRTUS.PRO in every single one of their games. They're just leaving their players behind to try and get into the buildings in the middle. And they will continue this run. They are absolutely just going to do that.
Head towards the center. Shifu, last alive. First to go down, last to be kept back up. A cruel curse his team has set upon him. Immortality in terms of the helping hands of the rest of his teammates. However, MADBULLS quickly puts a stop to that one with Flique taking a couple of shots. I am loving the way Flique is playing this season. Used to be on MUERTE last time around in fall split of 2022. Has switched teams now since then. He was a really good player on MUERTE, not particularly the standout. English was really that player for them. However, finding himself on MADBULLS, it's really been a new lease of life for him. He's able to really bring things back up to speed. So they must have been really scrimming, pressing very hard. I can't really talk much right now because there's just a huge amount of bullets sent the way of Team Doom. As I said earlier, it's pretty much game over for them.
Yeah, that's bad for business. Only the one player now left standing over on the north side, near Akashi as well. Next circle, very soon for it as well. Game Lords, sorry, not Game Lords, Gladiators High Ground we saw it on the overlook towards VIRTUS.PRO, is really, really powerful. It's further to the center than MADBULLS, which means that eventually MADBULLS most likely going to have to push out faster and more and earlier. With this shift, this gives Gladiators a really nice position. But ARR on the north side, similarly, very isolated, and not many teams nearby can give them trouble.
You know, this is probably one of the cruelest set circles we've seen so far. Every single time we've shifted away from one of the more prominent compounds within these circles prior. Now heading up towards this northwest side, towards the south side of Montenuevo. There's a little bit of Montenuevo in there, which team might just be able to tuck themselves into and keep themselves a little bit safe, put the nightlight on and all that. But obviously, that middle ground is pretty barren. You're going to be scraping your way at some positions on this map. That nade, I thought that nade was going to... Oh, never mind.
Oh.
And I was like, the replay, oh, this could be an amazing nade. But instead, gives his life to the sand.
Major Pride trying not to repeat that action. 3 players move into the 2 of VIRTUS.PRO. Central compound, who else are you going to find here? Nade towards the back, doesn't quite get value. Purple and Off Haze want to try and suppress this corridor as well. These straight front to back fights are tricky to do, even with numbers advantage, but Off Haze goes down. Purple trying to get this first aid off, will be able to do so, but Nomi slows it down, forces that to be stalled. Effect can be getting rezzed in the meantime as well, and this is where the numbers advantage really plays up to you. The res not coming through, the heal either isn't going to happen. I think there was a knock through a window coming in there, but no, Off Haze not going to go down just yet. Purple, again, just keeps them at bay.
Yeah, Major Pride's got to be careful with this because that initial knock actually didn't come through of any of the players from Major Pride. As you can see there, it's Kitsune who's been picking up those limbs. Up on high, still having a commanding presence within this circle with Gladiators. A really nice spot for them. Bit of high ground gives them full 360 approach to this game.
They have that overlook. ARR still spreading out on that northern side. And you can see, look at this is the high ground that Gladiators hold. You can see they have ridges covering them on a lot of sides, especially from the MADBULLS, who are the closest full 4 team to them. It's a really solid spot here. Avalanche may be able to do something about it. MADBULLS maybe also, but they're going to have to crash, and the other one's going to take shots at the back.
Yeah, this is the problem. So I think right now MADBULLS kind of setting themselves up for this push, right? They want to clear out Avalanche, so they have a nice line of approach. If they can clear out Avalanche, head up towards that northern side, excuse me, no longer as much of a presence. Gladiators fairly aware of this spot though. Alicio first to fall. Avalanche don't have much left. Tulika also down to Tati, quickly finishes him off. That's unfortunate for MADBULLS losing a player like that.
Really is. It's going to severely diminish their capabilities moving into Gladiators if they want to push in that way. Tati has a challenge around the headland and a lovely long nade from Frozen. Sees that MADBULLS do clean up with 3 players still alive, but now they're playing as 3 and in come the Gladiators. They leave Kitsune on the headland on that high ground to scout out anybody else moving close by, and they move out to deal with the threat. It is an even numbers fight here. Kitsune will have to move in if they start to take too much damage, if they start to take a knock. With no response, but Flique, this is cheeky. Look at how wide he's gone. The arc is good, but Matic just a little bit too far away to feel the burn.
Yeah, it's a full-on 3v3 at the moment, so he's still a bit worried about it. Influence finding Matic is not a good start here. MADBULLS can maybe play off the back of that one. Again, it's a really good spot here for the Gladiators. You know what? I wouldn't be surprised if you just want to leave this one alone. Just move back to where Kitsune's playing. Have MADBULLS pushing towards you, but you really want to deal with this threat sooner rather than later.
I thought Kitsune would just roll right back to the rest of them, but no, he's keeping the pressure on the rest of the field and allowing middle child Meku to deal with the fallout. Akashi is not dead off that, but takes a lot of damage, fair enough. The res not quite theirs. Tixi takes a lot of damage, regroups with Kitsune. Matic is back up now. Favorite child, back in the running. MADBULLS not letting them go without a fight.
Yeah, pushing them back. I mean, this could go one of 2 ways. You know, MADBULLS might be able to take up this position. I think Gladiators side against this. Oh my lord, this is one hell of a crazy approach to this game. Zerich pulls apart Meku from the vehicle. The rest of the team regroups back on this high ground.
This is really tough stuff on the south side. Cave have swung in behind. Frozen made fall here. 3 players are alive for Cave, so it's a trios game on the southwest side for the high ground as well. In the meantime, ARR just still gathering the presence on the north.
Yeah, with a pretty decent position too. I mean, moving down towards the south could be quite nice. Gladiators find a pick up towards MADBULLS and then contain this high ground, which is good news for them. I'm happy to see it.
Frozen. Shots taken out their way. Zerich finds influence. Nicely done. The Gladiators 3 stays isolated. Losing a player will make it harder. They do have a vast high ground, but you imagine that the circles could make it a lot more difficult if they have to drop off. You talked about how the MADBULLS had 1 up, 1 down. It's a lot easier to go down a hill than to go up a hill, but still not easy.
Not at all. I think you look at this one though, John. Look at that. 3 Gladiators picked, and you're not one of them.
I know.
What is this all about?
I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
You've lost your way. You've lost your way.
All right, just because you stuck to Sly and got no points for it, doesn't mean I have to do the same. Trazen getting beamed there as Major Pride take punishment from Gladiators as well. Shockwave not having the best of times moving in.
Tsune finding at least one of them. Smoke's down, going to continue to maintain this presence here. Fash takes down Effect and now leaves just Nomi circling around the bottom side of where Gladiators are currently playing. Trying to keep themselves up. Look at that, the zigzag on your screen. Nade in hand, looks up towards Kitsune, drops it into the smoke. Kitsune drops one back his way. Be careful here, but Nomi should go down to KONINA power.
There it is. Major Pride eliminated on the south side. Excuse me, with a duo on the west, trying to get a little bit of a position. Okay, Gladiators have still got that high ground in the next circle. Was fairly likely that it was going to come through again. The question is, can they keep it powerful? After this circle, it's likely going to fall off just that little bit, Blank.
Yeah, it's one of the things that you know, it's not as bad as certain places on the map. Like there's positions, I can't exactly remember it. In fact, actually, I can. It's right here. It's on the northwest side. There's a little bit of ground up here, which, you know, is amazing. But when you have to drop off it, it's a death sentence. Luckily, this bit of ground has a bit more of a slope to it that Gladiators are currently playing on. So if you have smokes vehicles, you can quite comfortably get down here and play out the rest of your game. But for the time being, this is going to give them a huge amount of advantage for the rest of the game in terms of high ground pressure. KONINA Power have to push past their high ground, which is going to be slightly problematic for them.
You see there's a lot of ridges out in the open field, even that shack forwards for ARR to try and move forwards. But excuse me, catch the backstop there. Havlik does get answered on towards by Tapok, and Becca could probably move in to get the res onto Aces. Keep Beck busy. Gladiators taking shots out towards Havlik. I think they saw the knock.
AR finally finish off Havlik there. Becca looking to pick up access. Was that backside? Again, open ground ahead of AR. Bit of a difficult push for them. If they can pass still at 4 though, this is good. This is good for KONINA Power. They have to make their way through this one. With KONINA Power finding a knock over towards Kitsune, that's going to slow them down, John.
It's really a good opening pick for KONINA Power to move into a fight with Shockwave. Aces did get rezzed on the back there by Becca. ARR with 4 on the north side. And all it's going to take is survival on the north to force Gladiators to have to drop down and maybe bring things a little bit more even as KONINA Power continue to pressure down on towards Shockwave through the windows. They're just putting this pressure on and it's so hard to bear. The nade goes off on the outside, doesn't quite make it through the window this time around, but Shockwave, you've got to imagine this is the end of their run into this game.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding on as best they can. Volodoi moves up. We'll try and finish off the remaining players. One player's on the outside, and Aza tries to get something done. KONINA Power's taking shots backwards and forwards. Down to 1 player now.
Snowix nearly is able to do it, but you're right, 1 player, and it's getting a little bit ropey there. Does stay alive, and potential to get all 4 players back up and kicking, but you've got to think that Gladiators are going to look out this way. ARR also have sent Becca all the way on a long right-hand flank. Dimension does go down. And on the south side, Gladiators may be drawing to an end of their high ground presence, unless there's a south shift on this circle.
Nice bit of caution there thrown in there. I mean, these circles don't center up as much as you think. Like, the shrink is not huge. It might keep a tiny little bit of the island that Gladiators are currently playing in on the north side. AR's massively split up at the moment, but again, look at this. It's just open ground for the guys from AR. That's a nice little shift there. Still gives Gladiators a bit of an approach going forward. I mean, this is going to happen. I mean, these circles are designed to center up at this point in the game.
Gladiators' rich line, providing them hella sanctuary blank. So I'm going to call it. Zerich, last player for MADBULLS, spots Beck, and excuse me, eliminated. 4 teams remain.
Great position now for Gladiators. Took this spot early, cleared out as much competition as they could. Opted out of the fight between them and MADBULLS, a smart decision. Sadly lost Matic in the process, but that's okay. Now AR have to deal with KONINA Power, who have a side swipe onto a lot of their positions here. That's why you see AR so split up. It's because they know they have to control a lot of different spots here, whereas Gladiators can keep themselves nice and bunched up. Try and force KONINA Power into an engagement between them and AR.
Becca playing smart here, knows it's unresable if you get knocked. KONINA Power forced to go out on a similar rotation, and Becca moves forwards. Elementrix is a foothold for them as well. This is broadside on Gladiators, maybe. I think the angles are going to be difficult nonetheless. Palucci taking a lot of damage there. Becca can just move forwards. There's a nade on the rotation path, but it's just dropping out smokes. Okay, they're making this train and making this swing. Becca with a timely regroup, but Gladiators take a look downhill and spot a Fash.
Elementrix hits that shot over towards Fash there. Good shots from him. KONINA Power still trying to move forward, but looks like Matic preoccupied with Zerich, but now can fully put his attention over towards AR. Did not want that side swipe coming through from MADBULLS. AR really the big problem here. Smokes are all around them, but again, fighting uphill towards that position of Gladiators. It's a tough task ahead of them. Again, next circle will make things easier, but with Becca going down, it's a bad start.
Not great, the forward position, and Tixi finds the back lines of KONINA Power in the meantime. 2 players fall at the back of KONINA Power. Kitsune was lighting them up as well. KONINA Power severely diminished. That could give an opening to get this res here. With KONINA Power going down, the pressure isn't quite onto Becca. Kitsune needs to fall back and go for this heal. And Gladiators are going to have to leave now.
Yeah, grab the vehicle. Be much needed in the future. Just edge a little bit further forward. Obviously, a little bit lacking on those medical supplies. Should be able to get Becca back up again, as you say. 3 players, Kitsune, the Mini 14. He is deadly with this thing in his hands. I like this play from Tixi, though. This is bold. But I think Tapok has the idea of where he is. Kitsune just has to keep them at bay.
The difficulty is that ARR currently are in the circle. Gladiators are not. They have to move forwards. They have to choose.
Still uphill. Matic makes the rotation fairly easily. Aces looks to pick up something there. Tapok, though, close range towards Tixi. Looks to take the 1v1. There is players alongside him and has to back off.
Can't really.
That's good.
Stuff in the way. That is a huge pickup for Tixi. But the rest of the team are right there, but there's a nade in hand. Might just be able to lob this one over and find so much value. Aces peeks the head over, and it's on target. Not going to get any damage on. Kitsune is going to have to drop, has done so. A backup there, and they are maybe going to be able to find this res, potentially. They look to stick it, as Tapok wants to stay in the fight. Kitsune on the high ground with a Mini 14. Such a suppressing force, forcing a front-to-back 2v4. We've seen what can happen in those tight angles. Is Aces, do they not know he's here? Can he step up and get Tixi down? Because that would be huge for the team.
Yeah, Ace is still crawling through. Wonder if he's got any meds left. There's quite a bit. Becca also rocking up. These shots should be hitting, but they just don't. I think Aces all out of meds. Elementrix, 1 first aid kit. Molotovs over the top to try and slow them down, but already they're in a difficult position. 4 first aid kits for Tixi. He can keep going for quite some time, but Matic also low in the back. Kitsune has to provide a little bit of added pressure here.
It's difficult. Aces really needs to get value on the forward spot. I just don't think the Gladiators think there's someone in this headland, but falling back, that could give them a little bit more cause for concern about the close range area. They are healing with their backs to the blue. I think you're right about Ace's med supply. Oh no, there it is. The first aid pops.
I'll toss something over towards him. Kitsune really is the linchpin here. He's so essential to this being pulled off. AR down to 3, but further towards the center of the circle. And Kitsune will have to start moving soon. Luckily, he's got a ton of smokes. This is the good thing. When they headed up high, they had a lot of supplies to work with. Didn't try and waste a lot of them on unnecessary engagements. That's why they dipped out of the one between them, as well as MADBULLS. They knew they'd need it here.
Elementrix really much more concerned with Kitsune, but potentially needs to back up Aces, who goes down again on a forward position. Tixi moves in, gets the flush. Elementrix and Becca. ARR have struggled and succeeded before in the face of odds that were not in their favor, but Becca has to crest this ridge. They need to get a knock, they need to get value, they need to win a trade somewhere, but Elementrix isn't able to do it, and there's the nade. Gladiators able to rain down hell from above, and nobody can stand the storm.
We've got the Noah on the desk. He knew what was going to happen. We've got the Blasphemer here on the casting desk. You didn't believe in your own boys, John. I'm sorry. I had to do it for you here. Shameful.
That's fair. That's fair. I thought, you know what? If I predict them, they're not going to win. Because that's happened so many times in a spot where they are good. They had 3 players. I thought they were going to have to drop down, which they did.
Yeah, man.
But I just didn't believe. I didn't believe.
You had to give it to us, man. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to give it back to the desk, and they can gloat a little bit too.
Welcome back. I'm Jeannie. This is Kalaris, and we're having the time of our lives because John didn't get his gladiator. I mean, yesterday he voted for them 4 out of 5 times. Yeah, that's very unfortunate.
I mean, the man himself, I've seen it at his house. I've been around to his house. I've seen his gladiator's shrine. It's a small little kind of thing next to the door where you get into his house and stuff like that. I can't believe in their time of need, he abandoned them. That is unreal, and they were able to make the win happen.
Sounds like a John thing to do. Let's have a look at the match ranking as well. Just further rub it in John's face. They got 23 points, man. 13 elims. 10 for that placement points. I mean, John. Oh no.
So memes aside, let's talk about this, because the thing is that Gladiators' position that they had, they were split 2-2, and then they tried to transition the 2 south up to that high ground that they had. But even losing 1, even having 3 up there, it's an unbelievably powerful position to have. So
Yeah.
they were able to play that very effectively, but still, coming into those final moments, going up against KONINA Power and ARR, I did question somewhat their shots towards KONINA Power, because for them to truly easily win against ARR, you would shoot towards ARR in those moments, because KONINA Power is always going to lose on that east side. But, you know, then, you know, they take the 3v4 fight against ARR and manage to make some extremely impressive moves to that west side, whilst leaving Kitsune, importantly, on the high ground as that kind of overlook, that watch onto ARR. So very, very good stuff by Gladiators overall.
Yeah, absolutely. Even when we're looking at the limbs and the assists that they have secured themselves this time around on Miramar, 13 in total in comparison to 6 for ARR. ARR doing a little bit more damage, but it's much more fruitful. There we go. It's much more fruitful for Gladiators, so there's the one to be chilling on top. But also just a strategy that was coming in for this time around, as you said it yourself, Kalaras. Beautifully played. Looking at the match report as well, when we're looking at these MVPs, there we go. Kitsune with 7 limbs. 2 of them are grenade limbs.
Yeah, very, very good stuff coming in from Kitsune here and the rest of the guys. I mean, there was a slight moment of concern for me that descended upon my face as Gladiators. Tixie, I think it was, went for the spray as he transitioned to that west side and kind of completely whiffed a lot of the spray. I was like, oh no, this is not going to go well. Give us his Taphawk. But it did in the end. They were able to crank it out as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, crank it out. That's what they did indeed. I mean, starting off a little slower, but ultimately picking up pace as the game goes along, especially when we're looking at Gladiators. I mean, Major Pride as well, for a while, I was kind of, you know, I had my eyes on them thinking they're making some moves, but their story did come to a short end. And so did Unicorns of Love, as we're just seeing, which was also a little sad.
Yep, unfortunate. I mean, some of those teams down towards the bottom just need to get more on the board here, just need to be a little bit more fortified and be making more decisive and earlier transitions as we take a look at this game and how it played out. For the most part, though, you can see in the distance there, Gladiator's spot exactly. It's like it's an extreme high ground against some of these teams that are trying to find themselves a good spot. Up in the north, I've got to compliment AR for the recovery that they were able to make in this game as well, though. A lot of them were knocked against the likes of Excuse Me and stuff like that, but we're seeing these middling teams from Phase 1 have more tenacity about them in Phase 2. So clearly there was changes between phases, and yeah, they're working out.
Yeah, clearly a lot of the teams have done their homework, which is exactly what we were expecting them to do. Coming into this, it just feels like a lot of these rosters are just, they just have new life coming into them. It just feels like a lot different in terms of the setups, in terms of the drops, in terms of how they're making some of these decisions on the fly, which is something that we didn't specifically see last stage. I think especially when it came to that last second decision making for a lot of the teams, that wasn't really something that they were comfortable with. But you know what would have made this game even better, Kalaras?
What's that?
If it was played with the new skins, because they're absolutely beautiful. Just have a look. I mean, listen, you cannot have a tank, Kalaras. I think that's pretty cool.
It looks like something I would paint, right, Gennaro? I mean, I'm all about that.
It does.
You want to? I'll play with my little tanks and my little guys. Yeah, that would be great.
Love that. Absolutely love that. Looking at the overall as well, not really tanks, but just teams this time around. Gladiators broke that 100-point mark themselves. I mean, 106 in total, just slightly ahead of Sly. But all in all, the top of the table is looking very compact.
You ask a lot of pundits coming into this tournament, they would say this is where Gladiators should be. They individually, as performers, as they gel together as a team, they are the full package. And yeah, they were assimilating information through phase 1. They gained it, I think, halfway through phase 1. And now here and there, they're going to have to make some slight adjustments overall, but they are the full package for sure.
Absolutely. Full package coming out from Gladiators. I mean, KASIK team, I do want to highlight them this time around because it feels like in comparison to what we've seen from them on stage 1, there has been an absolute tremendous improvement. Not only did they get the chicken dinner once, they've been very close in contention for it a couple of times, and they very much survived until the very bitter end, and also ensure that they get a lot of points when it comes to the elims, which is something that we haven't seen from them last time.
No, true. It's, well, what do I say about that? Yeah, they just need to step it up. Step it up. Are there a couple other teams that maybe coming into stage 2, we kind of were expecting them to step it up? I mean, the likes of Major Pride, Gladiator, Shockwave, they've kind of had, but it feels like a couple are missing potentially. Janiro, ask me, are MUERTE an 11th place team?
Sorry?
Ask me, are MUERTE an 11th place team?
Are they an 11th place team?
No.
I'm getting flashbacks.
Oh, no,
they were a 10th place team.
Yeah, it's... You know, my previous where I said, no, they're not a 10th place team has backfired on me slightly because now they're in 11th place. But I did maybe think that they were going to...
I mean, technically, they're not a 10th.
Technically, they're not a 10th place team. It's just gone the wrong way. We need them to bump up a little bit. They're better than 11th place, all right? Don't end up in 12th place after this. Please.
Yeah, let's see if they can actually do it because we're going to be heading over to our casters, Blank and John, and maybe the MUERTE can end up on 9th instead of 11th.
Maybe they'll be able to clamber a little bit further up those tables. They have got this last game to go, and you know what? The team ahead of them by 1 point, Dagestan, has played out all their matches. The question is, can they keep ahead of everybody else who's chasing them doggedly from even further down the tables?
Yeah, this is time to not be an 11th place team. It's time to bring things back up to speed. I think MUERTE, they've got it in their soul. They can make it happen. Sanhok, a little bit more dastardly in terms of a map, right? So I think that perhaps we can see a MUERTE resurgence, but they're going to need a little bit of help here in terms of the circle, maybe just feeling on their A game. Obviously, it has been recently, MUERTE's been doing quite well towards the end of the day, realizing, you know what, they need to pull the straps on the boots nice and tight and get things going. And they'll certainly have to do that here on Miramar, because there's a lot of walking going on.
We're in Sanhok.
Yeah, green Miramar.
Green Miramar.
Lots of ridges, lots of divots, much smaller.
To be fair, you do walk more commonly on Sanhok than you do on Miramar. You're more often than not driving around on Miramar, so hopefully they've got their jungle boots on. This time around, northeast to southwest plane path, everybody is having a good time. Gladiators sit atop the tables, 106, with a chance to open up a lead against Sly Europe, who are not playing in this game. They've played out their 12 so far up to this stage. And Gladiators will be able to meet them. 4 points ahead already. How much more of a distance gap can they put ahead?
Yeah, we're having this little hot drop happen again over in Camp Bravo. We do not have... Do we have Game Lord in this game? I don't think... I think we do.
Yeah, we do.
Which is interesting, because we are not seeing this hot drop over here.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, Excuse Me have decided that they want boot camp, no matter what. They were happy to give up Picardo, but boot camp, that was too much. Instead, we're having this little split happen over here, which is the Gladiators at Game Lord actually taking up this position. I think they have lost a player down towards KONINA Power, though. Again, this is their first time trying this one out. So unsurprising, there's a couple of dents in the car they need to work out first. Also down towards Ruins, we're having MUERTE fight it out versus MADBULLS. This is interesting considering they usually go for a Sami split, John.
Camp Bravo, yeah, the hot drop there is really popping off. Zerich is 1v3ing right now and still alive, and will finally go down. Malloy and Happy J put him out of misery. Milky Way got frozen in the meantime as well, so MUERTE lose one, but give as good as they get. Looks like the fight concluded with Dark Project taking a conclusive fat L over in Camp Bravo. It's my turn to be Azuma. Wait on the outside was not involved.
Yeah, left. He didn't want anything to do with it. Decided it was a bad idea. It was. He was correct. He has lost 3 of his teammates, though, in the process. But at least he was right at the end of the day. That matters more than anything to him, apparently. So MUERTE, a little bit suffering. I do think this was pretty crazy from them to just try and fully take it to MADBULLS, but again, forcing them a little bit further down towards the leaderboard. 7th place at the moment, 81 points. Gives a bit more room towards those guys at the top. Excuse me, really on a roll so far. Massive change in performance from last phase. Now 90 points. Almost tied with GameLord at 91. And assuming with GameLord losing a player, excuse me, might be able to make that gap just a little bit bigger between them and GameLord, but jump ahead in the process.
I would say at the moment there's 2 teams that kind of stand out as teams that have managed to carry that power over from phase 1. It's Gladiators and Major Pride is the other team that I'm looking at. I said we hadn't really seen too much of them so far today, but they have had 1 or 2 sort of standout moments, a little bit more. They're currently in 5th place. They finished last week in 4th. Gladiators from 3rd up to 1st. These are the 2 teams that are sort of staying around in that top 5, which is excellent news, looking at those bonus points moving into finals.
Yeah, I mean, not always getting the chicken dinners, but they're one of the few 2 teams actually getting these big elimination count games. I mean, 13 to 14 eliminations is not becoming a common occurrence for both these guys, but it's not a rare occurrence either. So I think that is really carrying them quite far. Because again, as I said earlier, we're seeing a lot of teams just post up central, don't do anything towards that end game, as opposed to Gladiators and Major Pride, who are getting a lot done in the process, and that means fielding their way through a lot of teams and just culling them as they go, sweeping the scythe, which is obviously not always conducive to getting towards a chicken dinner because you have to use a lot of supplies in the meantime. What it does mean is that your overall point scoring is big.
The boxing glove on the spring, not going to be able to get a knockout there. Alicio goes down, sure, but Woodson too quick on the draw. And Wait will be the last to fall for Dark Project. They will be eliminated. And that is the last game of their day. They have to wait 4 days after the break to get another go. But I'm sure they'll be ready and raring to go when it comes around that opportunity. ARR, northeast of Boot Camp GameLord, haven't pushed in close either. Blank, no fighting in Paradise Resort just yet.
Yeah, no fighting, which is great news, honestly. We love to see that. We like it when it's a bit calm towards the start of the game. This is the first Sanhok in a while, but we still have 15 teams, you know, at the first couple of minutes in, which is not likely.
And we've lost the whole team already. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I am so surprised that we have 15 teams still alive at the moment, just purely off the back of the fact that, you know, so many times we just have these massive hot drops, a huge congregation over towards Paradise Resort. I think Kalaris is making a good point how, you know, Nexus make this odd rotation a fair few times where they'll head up towards the outside of Paradise Resort, try and get something done. More often than not, it leads to them losing 1 or 2 players. Then they hide in the grass for the rest of the game before someone comes along and picks up the elimination points for themselves, which is not good. You don't want to be a walking point delivery system. That is not ideal. That's not a position you want to hold within this lobby. So Nexus instead decide to make a quick swing down towards Barnside. KONINA Power feel the brunt of AIR in this really strong spot.
GameLord are right next to them as well, just southeast. I know it looks similar on the map, but because they're both grey, but ARR and GameLord are both right next to it. You can see Akashi there being on that northeast tip. They have lost Narvalo already, but you're facing down 7 players here for KONINA Power. With Unicorns of Love in Paradise Resort, they're in a little bit of a bind now. And Nexus maybe had a better idea of going on that east.
Yeah, I mean, for GameLord, might be a better idea to just head down towards that south side, past Boot Camp, and try and pick up one of these compounds that hasn't been looted, because they took a trash loot approach down towards Quarry side, that split. It hasn't really worked out for them all that well. I think this is the first time they're actually trying to really get some practice in with this one. They do find Palucci, though, on the roadside. Good shots. A little bit of surprise for KONINA Power for that one to happen, who are equally just as lacking on loot here. Look at that.
Chunks being taken out of all of these teams between Boot Camp and Paradise Resort. Spending what they need to stay alive. Gladiators have yet to move from that northwest island. There's still 2 of them in Camp Alpha. Fair enough, they're still in the circle fairly comprehensively. VIRTUS.PRO, they've moved up to this compound on the confluence. You can see they are just all in a central compound. It's the VIRTUS.PRO way.
Yeah, I mean, there is reason and rhyme to this one, though, right? Because with this circle, hugely indecisive where it's going to end up. We're not sure if it's on the southwest island, the east island, and northwest. So you take the confluence compound, gives you very easy routes over to any side of this map. So VIRTUS.PRO more than likely going to rotate off this one now with this circle, off towards that eastern side, pick up maybe a compound on the north of Major Pride or down towards Quarry Way. Would make sense to me. With boot camp still being a big feature in this time being, excuse me, haven't left. They're just going to loot this for all they can. With a clean boot camp, no hot drop on it, there's a huge amount of loot to be had. There's no wonder this place becomes such a hot spot on the map for a lot of teams, just because it's one of the few areas that is fairly central and has really good looting capability. You know, Cow has similar loot tables, but right, it's all the way on the northern side. You're not getting to an easy position if you get southern shift. So boot camp is going to give, excuse me, a nice little springboard to make their way off the back of. They need to be worried about the northern side because they know AR like to hold this ridge and look down towards them. They might want to start pushing out just a bit and try and find a compound to play around with, because boot camp, although great loot, great starting position, it does leave you open to a lot of fire that you don't know where it's coming from. You want a bit of a smaller area to lock down.
VIRTUS.PRO on foot have moved up this hill, and Major Pride just about caught the side. I think Nomi spotted Single just around the edge of the rock and was able to get out of there before the nade hit. What a drop shot from Monkey to put Purple back in his place, but unfortunately Single's there for an answer. However, the rest of Major Pride just roll on down the hill. No moss on them, and they'll try and keep their teammate alive, rallying around Monkey to keep him in the fight. Taking damage, sure, but off Hayes now, the last standing for VIRTUS.PRO, and they are out of luck.
Yeah, some serious fury coming through from Major Pride there. Monkey went down, and it looked like the rest of the team just went into a guerrilla rage to back their boy up. We'll be getting back up on his feet there. 2 eliminations found. I think they sort of expected this one as well, because with that particular circle, they assumed the VIRTUS.PRO would group around the confluence compound. In the meantime, they moved up from Painan towards this position, gives them great sight lines over towards that side. And that is a position that Gladiators suffered from in the past, moving from the confluence compound, which is why they spend so much time on Northwest Island a lot, as opposed to moving down here early. Happy days for them, though. They won't come into this one, but Major Pride read that movement excellently.
Nexus lose a player on their prong out towards the Unicorns. I love Kapahala. Not going to be able to play for the rest of this one. KASIK team on their south, making that rotation all the harder. That northeast section of the circle from boot camp up towards Paradise Resort blank, it's so treacherous. And you're kind of looking at 2 very distinct areas. The southwest side, where MADBULLS currently getting torn to shreds. FleeK, the last player standing. Maybe he can get a repeat performance of the Sanhok where he held everyone out on his own, but very unlikely. And you're looking at the southwest side and the northwest side. These are 2 different battles split up in the middle by, excuse me, in boot camp.
Right, so have you ever gone into, because you're quite a tall guy, right? You ever gone to like a house that has like a low door?
Yes.
You bang your head on it? And that happens like once or twice.
Well, I look at going most of the time, so not often.
Yeah, but it happens once or twice, right? And then after that, you're like, I'm going to look where I'm going.
Okay.
MADBULLS seem to just not get the memo on that, and they have made this crossing on the bridge that passes ruins, past Painan. So many times they've been lit up as they pass through here, and surely at some point you're like, this is a bad idea. But no, they seem to still think that it's a great idea, a great move, and they keep losing players to it. Even though Major Pride has moved up, there's always someone behind them in Sami or towards the south side that's going to take up Painan, because it's one of the few areas that's still open. It's not central, but it's still a position. I think MADBULLS need to get it out of their heads that they can just keep razzing across from ruins and not get punished for it, because it's happened so many times that I can count.
They were having success going on the bridge south of Painan, so why did they change it? Not entirely sure. FleeK is in a central compound here, and excuse me, are trying to push on in. I imagine that's not going to last too long for you, unless FleeK can get a cheeky little jump shot and get a second. We'll be able to actually find Black in the meantime, as KONINA Power crushing Hope.
And Furia.
What? Did he stay alive? No, FleeK. Okay, FleeK does go down in the middle of it all to keep MADBULLS out of it. I'm pretty sure he did, yeah. So there's res that can come through from, excuse me, to get a solid compound cave in a very powerful spot, Blank.
Yeah, a really nice spot for them for the time being. Down towards that shielded compound. He's on the lower ground for the time being, hoping for that southern shift on the circle.
Wait, he's alive?
I thought he went down. No, but he did get a knock onto Furia, finished off Fury as well. Black went down. He's still up. I assumed he was gone, but apparently not. He's been resurrected, at least in our minds.
I absolutely was convinced he was gone, but yeah, like you, I'm bamboozled by that. Fleek, really. Solo Sanhok survivor.
Some great moves with the DBS.
Shockwave from the north side, going to have to push in past Game Lord, potentially.
Game Lord still holding on to their compound. 3 players, I believe, still up and kicking. AR starting to skirt around the side of boot camp. Gladiators biding their time here. They don't want to move too quickly. Major Pride still in a really good spot with Nomi in effect, specifically posted up towards the western side. You can see on the map there just to the south of boot camp. That is to counter the Gladiators rotate. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at this. Shockwave.
2 down. This Game Lord giving it a real run for the money. Tries to drop behind a team to shield from bullets. Shockwave down to just 1, and Victor is there. Looking at the ceiling. Yes.
Maybe I should help the team.
Oh yeah, he's up and he's ready. He's going in with the Tommy gun, nade in hand. Wants to try and make up for past mistakes. Akashi no longer resible now. Aza around the side, nade on into the building. Trazen looking to heal. You do not have a lot of time to play with here for Victor. He just wants to get these eliminations, try and find potentially exit frags, so the blue zone can do a lot of the work for you now. Shockwave with a thorn in their side, looking to remove it. Snoix and Terminus both down. The heal being committed to for Game Lord, but that nade will see them out. No res is possible, I don't believe, in this circle now as it shifts down south and keeps Major Pride right in the middle.
That's a really nice spot for them to play around with. Small compound, though. It's a slight bit of an issue. Cave down towards the south, too. Currently sat at 3 players, which is the only big problem for them. Fleek finally falling.
I wonder if Major Pride think Gladiators are here. You imagine they are still scouting this area. Unicorns of Love, nades over the top from KASIK team. KASIK team have been having a lot more presence today than I think we've seen from them in a while. Doing quite well and taking on Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, they've been taking a lot of these fights on the edges. Obviously, from there onwards, it's been a bit more difficult for them to find success. But still not bad, John. AR now moving down from that northern side on boot camp.
Just the one player. Make that known. Beast. Banished. To the Shadow Realm. MUERTE from Painan will look to push up north past Cave with their knock opening. But it's really Major Pride's game to lose, I would say, at this stage.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, man. I mean, it's going to be difficult to push back Major Pride from this position. They have some really strong outposts right now.
Shockwave. They're up, actually, just not able to land the shots. How can you not take him down? He is on broadside fully there for KONINA Power. And Shockwave just crumble. They just can't hit the shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a reoccurring thing. I think some of these players are getting a little bit spooked now, this part of the game. Some of the big dogs are starting to lead the pack just away. Some are losing their nerve. KONINA Power, Bolodoi goes down. KASIK team still strong with 4 right now.
Gladiators slowly eking their way out. You can see Effect, Nomi, up on the top of this hill, watching south, watching west. A little bit less vigilant towards the river. Very slow play from Gladiators. And they might be able to catch someone unprepared for it. ARR, very close in the split decision. You guys are both gone for the Gladiators. That's, I mean, I think that's a pretty bold prediction.
I mean, I think Gladiators have dealt with this push so many times in the past. It's something they're very used to. And right now, Major Pride is quite preoccupied with a lot of different things. For instance, AR is becoming a problem for them. Cave down towards their south side. And I think Gladiators could maybe use this confusion towards their advantage. The issue is getting up this slope. And with this shift, Gladiators are going to have to push all that experience they have in the past of dealing with this pesky little position that's constantly causing problems into this one moment. It has to be good.
Major Pride are actually going to leave this high ground with the outlook post and allow Gladiators to move up here. They're going to centralize and regroup. I don't dislike this from Major Pride. I feel like putting your eggs into this basket at this stage in a compound that is one of the very few pieces of cover in the area, this is very high value for them.
Yeah, it's still slightly on the high ground as well. A lot of areas to play around with. Gladiators move in, poke the bushes just a little bit, make sure there's nothing going on in there. And MUERTE looking to deal with some of the players coming up from Cave. Nade over the top, see if they can find at least one player. They do find Dimension, that's big.
Trying to prove to us that they are indeed not a 12th, 13th, 14th place team, and those two nades are going to start the bidding well. Cave struggling to hold off on one of the easier compounds to hold from that south side, although you can't really do it with Major Pride so close to you up above. Nades going back and forth, but Happy J is pinpoint with these.
Yeah, super accurate. Creepy's even in the vehicle. He realizes that, you know, it might be time to leave. It's not gone well.
Maybe indeed. I wonder if they check the vehicle. The profile of it is very low if you don't look in properly. It'd be easy to miss. And MUERTE, it looks like they're not going to check out the back here. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, a lot of these players don't have skins installed, so they will just see the original vehicle. It looks like Milky Way.
Okay.
Yeah, spotted him. Nice and easy.
That's reasonable. Uh-oh. Gladiators in a fight. They tried to crash onto ARR here. And Meku is low, already losing a teammate as well. Tixi not getting any response, and a nade gets the knock, but Kitsune is there on the overlook. Meku on the far side, actually up on the roof. Will be able to get some shots on some ankles, but Aces is going to tuck back inside. Two players knocked, already a flush over towards Tapok. Becca on the inside to get rezzed, and that tags Elementrix. Will need to commit for this first aid, and a big nade. Takes down a flush and another knock. Just Meku from the top roof here for Gladiators. And tries as he might. It's going to be tough to get down from here. The res came through, and you're playing against three. Keep the ARR squad at bay. It's a rematch from the end of last game, and ARR have figured it out a little bit better this time around. Elementrix outside and sends it for 6.
And that's Gladiators out. A really good defense coming through from AR there. Meku got on top, but I think they had to storm together. Over-complicated his position just a little bit. Major Pride now looking up towards AR. Trying third part on this, but AR is looking a lot healthier than they might think.
Major Pride still working the magic, though, getting Elementrix down and forcing an unfortunate area for Becca and Aces to play from. Effect and Nomi, the forward position. They're trying to skirt under the purview. I don't think Effect is aware of this. Elementrix very close by to him, just puts a nade over the back, and KASIK team are laying in wait. Striker forward, goes down, but there's a volley sent back out their way. Now it's just Aces down in the dirt, in the grass on the slopes. And Unicorn and Ingush know exactly where he's playing from. Major Pride are going to roll over the top of this hill as well. And look at the control that they can exert. Excuse me, maybe with a chance to play spoiler, but at this point, Major Pride might just be able to sweep through everything.
Yeah, Major Pride still looking strong. Aces underneath. Has a smoke, we'll drop it down. Unicorn still hasn't realized that the real threat's coming from up top the hill. Effect's going to send grenades over towards the smokes there, assuming there's players inside of them. As the 4-man squad still left alive, and with 2-2-2 and a 1-1, it's looking like a Major Pride win to me.
It would be a crazy turn of events for someone else to take it, but if Octavian gets the pick off onto Dino at the back, if Excuse Me can spot the side flank on Monkey, then maybe. There's a lot of that open plateau that's difficult to cross against the KASIK positions. Ace is trapped out in the blue. Beck actually moves up and spots Ingush. 1 knock, 2 knock as the other one comes through from Major Pride. And that is KASIK team out. Aces is still trying to make it work. Octavian, I feel like they just don't know this position's here, but Dino could get caught unawares. Effect is caught in a crossfire as well as Excuse Me push up the hill. A little bit isolated from the rest of the team as well. As Dino regroups, Octavian is going to have to move.
Yeah, Major Pride's been playing Giga Spread for quite some time now. Octavian starts to move his way up, and he could be the secret proponent to the end of this game, John. He has a side swipe on them.
Excuse me.
Just saved the game for him.
Aces might indeed have done that. effect. Still not res just yet, but it's just Beck now. And ARR have managed to survive for longer than most would have expected. Shimmying sideways. Is Beck in a position to get a pick off onto Dino here, who's very far forwards? Monkey not quite there for the backup. Octavian on the outskirts. There's 2 players for Major Pride to deal with.
No more nades though now. And he has to take a 1v4. Unlikely he'll win that one.
All right, just Octavian now. Last player standing. He sees them. There are 2 nades in the pocket here. Puts one out. Back behind the tree. I'm not here. You cannot see me. Oh, in fact, they can. And it's Major Pride to take the chicken dinner from the high ground that they held so well against MADBULLS. They moved Gladiators up north to deal with ARR, and everything fell into place for Major Pride. A really good resurgence at the end of the day.
Yeah, pretty pitiful ending there for Octavian. Feel like he maybe could have taken down Dino, got himself an extra elimination point, but opted to go for the placement points. I don't think it's such a huge jump up from an elimination, and maybe a little bit more when you go for that second place, but it is what it is. Major Pride pretty much just have that slope over towards them, that hillside. It works out really well for them. I hope Gladiators could have maybe done something about it. Unfortunately, just do not win against the guys from AAR. Really nice hold from them, honestly. I think AAR has really stepped up their game in a big way.
Yeah, maybe if they'd have crashed up to the top of the hill, they would have had a better time against Major Pride. But Gladiators fall. Major Pride, from that position, step forwards and into the limelight with a solid win on Sanhok.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Analyst Desk. I'm Ginny, joined by Kalaris. I'm a very happy woman right now because I did get my prediction right, Mr. Peace. I don't get left all the way behind. But all in all, if you guys want to stay up to date for everything, make sure that you check out our socials. But also thank you, Monster, for making all of this possible. Because, you know, Kalaris, today was a long day, but it was a good day.
Oh yeah, definitely here with especially Major Pride kind of rounding things out for that game as well. They should have, considering the position that they had, and even some of the what I was considering to be scarier 2-2 splits really worked out very, very well for them. So Major Pride had a lot of control over this circle, and they were able to convert.
Yeah, they also have one of the highest limbs, 7 in total. I mean, KASIK team right behind them with 8. But all in all, with those placement points as well in the bag, getting that chicken dinner. 17 points in total, not bad for Major Pride coming into this. I want to look towards the bottom of the table here. The MUERTE on 6th. They got 9 points in total. We're going to get to the question about that later, Kalaris, because for now, this is the match report. It's not the overall ranking, but I'm happy to see that Unicorns of Love is on the first rotation.
Yeah. 4 limbs going their way here. No placement points going their way, but at least they were able to get a team wipe, a squad wipe on one of these teams as they're moving through. Now, the thing about this location, though, is that we get so many endings here on Sanhok. So for some of these teams, like only getting a squad of limbs, but not many limbs, not many placement points, I do think that maybe they could have got a little bit more of it.
Yeah, looking at the match report as well, I mean, excuse me, are absolutely chilling. Most limbs for Beck. It's a really good thing, actually, that we have Beck on the for most limbs and also highest damage, because we have a little treat for you guys in just a bit. But all in all, it's been a good day for excuse me today. It's been a good last 3 days, actually.
Yeah, definitely. Very nice to see this kind of step up from them, considering that, again, in this game, they were kind of on salvage mode. They were really kind of get things going for themselves up in that northeast of the circle, kind of fighting forwards, kind of a little bit wounded. I think they had 2 players alive for such a long time here. So excuse me, it's been an absolute belter of a day.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting a win both on Miramar and Erangel. That's no small feat, to say the least. We have ARR Gladiators as well as Major Pride joining them with getting those chicken dinners, but the damage dealt this time around by, excuse me, unbelievable.
Yeah, definitely so. Very, very good stuff here from them. I mean, when I think back to the wins that they were able to do, I think the Miramar for me was a little bit more easy for them than the win that they got on Erangel. On Erangel, they really had to push and try and make some cheeky decisions and on when to move through to the middle of the circle. So I was more impressed by the Erangel than the Miramar, even though 2 wins on the day is very great.
Absolutely. And with that, I want to ask you, Kalaris, if you have a MVP, a most valuable player of the day.
I was going to go with a Major Pride player. I was going to go with, who was it? Was it Monkey? Maybe? Maybe. That's who I was going to go with.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna go with Beck, but I think but it's Havlik instead. I mean, at least I got the team right. Havlik from Excuse Me coming out on top. 2,430 damage with 10 elims in one day. My, oh my, oh my.
Yep, so good stuff by them. As you see, this is the first game that they were able to get the win on. You can see kind of some of the advantage points that they had against some of these teams that they're pushing up against. And when they finally had the amount of room that they did on Miramar, on that west side, very, very impressive to see how they were able to control that. And then we moved on to the Erangel where they got the win, where we watched as a lot of people fell off of the cliff, which really made it a little bit easier for Excuse Me at the end.
It was all in game, guys.
All
I
in
just feel
game.
like we should point that out. It was all in game. But all in all, today the games have been quite impressive so far, and I'm really impressed to see how a lot of the improvements from the teams that we were kind of hoping to be improving kind of came through. I want to look at the overall standings if those are ready, because I have a very important question to ask, and I think we all want to know the answer to that question. And it's not even going to be on the first page, so we're going to wait a little bit longer. But Gladiators, as well as Major Applied, Sly Europe, and Excuse Me have all broken the 100 total points in the third day here of Stage 2 of PMPL. And as we're going to be going on to that second page, this is where the real question is going to be coming in. And that is the fact that, Claris, do you think the MUERTE is a 10th place team?
At least they were able to return to the 10th place from the 11th, but still, no, is my answer. I do believe that there is definitely still an opportunity where they do bump up. However, the top spots, Excuse Me's looked, they're definitely the winner for me for today, all things considered.
Absolutely.
I'll say it again, their glow up from phase 1 has been tremendous.
I love the glow up. But we also have an interview ready with Beck from Excuse Me. So, first of all, congratulations on the glow up. As Kalara said, you guys had an amazing day. One of the things that you've changed is that you no longer hot drop on Pecado. So do you want to talk us through the thought process of how you guys came up with that?
Yeah, we just decided to play more smarter, you know what I mean? We just skipped our spot to play more minutes in the game. Survive a little more time. So, yeah.
Makes sense, makes sense. So, talk to me. The Erangel game, obviously you guys had a very powerful compound, and then were able to make smart decisions to eventually win that game. Talk to me about some of the fights, as well as what you think were some of the most important moments for you in that win.
I don't really remember about the Erangel. It was today.
It was today, and you did win.
Yeah, we won.
It's okay. It's been a long day.
You can talk to me about Miramar if you want.
It was a stressful day, you know what I mean? So
yeah.
Each fight for us was like good boost in morals, you know what I mean? First phase, we were just, you know, working on our mistakes only. We were fighting from the start in each game, so we couldn't play in mid games, in end games. So this phase, we just decided to skip the hot drops we don't need, for example in Miramar. So we decided to choose another way, to play another way.
Sorry, Janira, I guess, could I ask another follow-up question, actually?
Absolutely.
So you just took, technically, I would say, MVP on that Sanhok game that we've just played out, right? Talk to me, that must be surely fresh in your mind. So talk to me about that Sanhok game, because you guys lost to, not relatively early, but a little bit, and we see a lot of circles on this location. So what were the issues you had to deal with against some of the teams in that game?
I mean, the Sanhok was easy enough because the zone was near to bootcamp where we loot. We just did just 2 rotations and that's all. Yeah, there was an unlucky situation. The one guy was camping and just killed our teammates. You know what I mean? And we just stayed. Only 2 guys then.
Fair.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
I mean,
That's fair enough. I do want to say though, there has been very obvious big improvement between stage 1 and stage 2 for you guys here at PMPL EU. What has been going on behind the scenes? What have you focused on as a team to just do these improvements and just become so much better?
yeah, as you know, it's like a new team. We just grew up like months before the PMPL, so first week was tough for us. We're still working on our mistakes, and this phase these days it's much better because our synergy is much higher than before. So yeah, and games are going more easily than before. Yeah, we feel this game already.
From my perspective, I would say it's very clear that you've taken some learnings from phase 1 and then applied them to phase 2. So from me,
Yep.
congratulations. Good job.
Yes, thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Likewise, congratulations. 2 chicken dinners in 1 day. You guys have improved so much. Looking forward to see what you have to bring on the next few weeks. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye bye.
Awesome.
Yeah. Awesome. I mean, it's really lovely to be bringing on some players and having this discussion. And I think having that insider knowledge of what's going on with these teams, what's going through their heads, and how time does indeed seem to be their best friend.
Yeah, there was an interesting moment where I'm surprised that you didn't remember the wins as well as maybe it was to be. But, you know, it was good to hear from Beck here, definitely. Really cool stuff.
Yay! I mean, I beat both John and Blank, so I'm really happy, but Kalaris is absolutely on top. 21 points in total. Yeah, you're chilling.
You know, Gennaro, I like to see it as the desk and caster divide. You know? That's how I like to see it. You know, I think we've done all right.
That. Yeah, I think John is probably kicking himself today after the fact that Gladiators won the only game that he didn't predict them to actually win, which is a little bit of a sad position for them to be in, but it is what it is. If you want to make sure that you stay up to date with all the action here at PMPL EU, make sure that you follow our socials because we do post consistently. And Max has some alright meme games. He's learning, so give him your feedback in the comments, but also he is doing a skin giveaway, so make sure that you check that out as well. And don't forget to tune in to the absolute PUBG region of Turkey. Again, no bias. Thank you guys for tuning in. Kalaris, you have some final words.
A great first 3 days for phase 2, definitely. I like that we've seen some of these teams adapt from phase 1 going into phase 2. Excuse Me and Sly are definitely the ones that really do stand out. But are they going to be able to dislodge the CCT Gladiators, the championship caliber team? I don't know.
Find out on your next episode of PMPL EU, which is going to be on Friday.